I don't think we really even need this at this point, but let me pull up my notes. Hold on, give me like a minute to get back into headspace here.
Oh!
Hmm?
Oops.
Uh-oh.
Man.
I killed it. I didn't realize I exited out my normal thingy. Alright, I don't think I need that one anyway.
What nice picture.
Let me pull that back up just in case. We actually almost made it through that entire song.
Almost.
55 minutes in. Alright, let's get it going. I think I have everything set up.
Mm-hmm.
We bow to she who wears the crown. Let the world shiver with dread. Clad in winter's whitest gown, her snow enshrouds the dead. Her fury sheds but frozen tears as gray clouds issue forth. The wind across the wasteland shears, bringing blizzards from the north. Ice-kissed flowers caught mid-bloom, beauty kept in all its grace. Summer's gone to its silent tomb, stilling in her cold embrace. All the world in winter's white, sheathed in sleet and ice. Set upon never-ending night, she conjures paradise. Behold her everlasting rhyme, see how it covers all. Weep not for those she traps in time, behind her glacial wall. Sovereign of summer's lost, general of winter's war, long live the queen of cold and frost. May she reign forevermore. Icewind Dale has become trapped in a perpetual winter. Ferocious blizzards make the mountain pass through the spine of the world exceedingly treacherous. And this land has not felt the warmth of the sun in over 2 years. In fact, the sun no longer appears above the mountains, not even in what should be the height of summer. In this frozen tundra, darkness and bitter cold reign as king and queen. Most Dale residents blame Auril the Frost Maiden, the god of winter's wrath. The shimmering aura that weaves across the sky each night is said to be her doing, a potent spell that keeps the sun at bay. Dale folk live in scattering of settlements known as the Tin Towns. The drop-off in caravans coming from the south and travel between settlements in this never-ending winter has left everyone feeling isolated. For adventurers such as yourselves, Tin Towns is a place to test one's mettle, and in the spirit of heroes who have become before, leave one's mark on this frigid, blighted land. So, we're going to be starting about, I'd say, 2-3 weeks ahead of our time here with our first thing. Actually, before we go, I would like some of you to do something for me. I'm gonna
Okay.
hop over to. I
Did you
need.
get the music, by the way?
I did not. Is it
Okay,
muted?
then. Yeah.
Oh, it's
At least
paused.
it's paused.
Oh well.
I didn't want to interrupt your speech.
That's okay. So I'm just gonna put on something basic now anyway. So we're gonna do a little something to set the. Can you guys hear it now?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm gonna do something to set some stuff up, and I want you guys to roll some dice. So what we're gonna do is what are my dice rolls? All right, let's see. Let's have. All right, since Chase is so excited, Chase, can you roll a d12?
Do you want it live or do you want it on B&B?
You can just do it on D&D Beyond. It doesn't really matter
Okay.
for me, or it matters for something for me. But I'm just gonna have you guys roll because it's more fun when you roll.
D12. 7.
Yeah, you have 7. All right, cool. Let's have Nick. Can you roll me a d6?
3.
And a 7 and a 3. And then I need a. Let's have Lulu. Can you roll a d10?
I can roll it for you too, Lulu, if you want.
It's
Or you're on
anybody.
Beyond, right? You're on Beyond, right?
I should be, or Paul,
Yeah.
if somebody else wants to do it, it doesn't really matter.
Right.
It's just for shits and giggles. That's a D8.
Oh my goodness.
Petunia canonically bad at math. That's a D1.
Oh my goodness. What do I click?
I should get a 100.
Wow.
100.
Which dice were you looking for?
A D10.
D10. It's the third one down from the top.
No, mine are all randomized. It's the 2, and then it's the 6-sided, and then it's the 8, and then it's the 4. Mine's all mixed up the order. I don't know how.
All right, Holly, can you
This
roll
one.
a D10, please? She got it. Never mind.
Oh. Okay.
All right, so we'll go with that. Actually, that's kind of interesting. Hold on, I
You
gotta do
should have
some
given me the
math.
10 from the 100.
I could have given you the 10 from the 100. That doesn't make sense, but I'll take your 7. Hold on, I gotta do math really quick.
It's not. We don't even know. It's not like a damage dice you're rolling.
Nice. You're right. You didn't roll a 10, so now you are actually blind. Give me 1 second. I gotta think. Nick, you rolled a 3.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and you rolled a 7. So, okay, cool. Let me pull this up. Oh, that's interesting. All right, so we're gonna start about 2 or 3 weeks ahead of our current time period. So we're gonna do a little bit of time skipping here. Let me actually change the music.
Sweet. Marty, we have to go back.
You hear it when it changes?
Yeah,
Yeah.
we do.
Okay.
Now it's just wind blowing.
Okay, cool. I just want to make sure that it's actually working. All right. So,
I also hear someone crunching through the snow, right?
yeah, there's a lot of crunching going on. So, we're about 2 or 3 weeks prior to current time. And it's very windy, very heavy snow. It's getting very dark, darker than it usually would be. And definitely a large blizzard is coming near. Off in the distance, if you were looking from like a third-person point of view, you might see. God damn it! Why does it do that?
Do what?
It's pausing the stream, and I don't know why.
Did
Did you
you
minimize
minimize?
your application? So
Oh,
Yeah, you just alt
now
tab.
you hear it?
yeah, you need to alt tab. You can't hit minimize on it.
That's just too much of a habit. All right, so it's blizzardy, it's windy, and off in the distance, if you were looking through maybe a third-person point of view, you would see like a shadow or something struggling to force its way through the snow. As it's plowing along, trudging along, next to this creature that is trying to make its way through the incoming blizzard is a small, floating, little green, fairy-like creature. Lulu, can you tell me what Petunia and Pachi look like as they're trudging their way through the snow?
Yeah. Petunia's hair is like flying, like wisping in the wind. Or my hair, sorry. And her fur, she's like cuddling her neck into her fur and holding Pachi in her neck fur. And like just eyes squinting shut and slowly taking step by step through the snow.
As
Hold on, Pachi, I've got.
what is Petunia's voice?
No, I'm kidding.
It's canon now. It's too late. We're done.
God. No, I had the idea yesterday. I was like, dude, I just want to start Petunia with a deep voice just for shit. But no.
Pachi speak.
Am I with Bjorn? Is Bjorn near me, or am I just?
You are alone in the middle of you don't know where, trudging through snow and heavy wind and what seems to be a blizzard. You can tell as a survivalist thing that you know that the weather is only going to get worse.
My eyes are like watering from the strong wind just to like freeze to my face.
So you are blind.
What?
You are blind.
No! They're like freezing to my cheeks onto my freaking eyeball.
All right. So at this point, where you would be, you have, like I said, you have no idea where you are. You just know you're in the middle of this tundra. You have used most of your resources that you've had at this point, and in your hand would be the last few bits of good berries that you have been feeding to yourself and to Pachi. So you and Pachi are very cold, very tired, and very hungry.
I'm sorry, Pachi.
He's just gonna die here. So what would you like to do from this point? Do you want to keep going, or are you gonna like just fall and give up?
I'm gonna keep going, but I'm gonna be apologizing the whole time because I know she must be freezing.
All right. So what are you gonna do as you trudge forward? Are you just gonna keep walking? Are you gonna check for things?
I'm gonna keep an eye out to see if maybe there's like dead animals for more fur.
You want to look for dead animals? All right. Sure.
And see if I notice any like smoke or lights in the distance. See if I'm getting near a town.
All right. Let's do a survival check for dead animals. I gotta get used to not meaning this.
Is it rolling?
I don't see a roll.
Let me refresh. Oh, now I can do it on my main phone since I'm not. Maybe that'll also help. Sorry. Wait a hot tick.
Beverage time? Yeah, sure, why not?
As we get the dice rolling.
Also, I found a way to get the ambience to be heard by me, so if you see a second Lulu in the chat, that's why.
Whatever works.
I wondered
about that.
I made a quick second account.
That's smart. You get a +4 to survival already? Jeez.
Yeah.
Beesh. As you're trudging along, You do come across. Let's roll a d6.
A 6!
Okay, a 6. I'm gonna say it's another dead Fearbolt. No, so let's say you come across a dead deer.
He's having too much fun already.
Yeah. What looks to be
Oh my
a dead
god,
deer.
I
gotta
am
set
a
the character.
fucking deer.
But there is other deer that aren't like walking and sentient like you, or well, talking. So you come across what would be the corpse of a deer that looks like it has been frozen from this incoming blizzard. Also, after that, I need you to roll a Constitution saving throw.
Oh, oops, I did con check.
Is your mod any different?
No, you can take it.
All right.
It's an 8.
So you're pulling a point of exhaustion at this point.
Oh no!
Yeah. So you get 1 point of exhaustion, and what do you want to do with the deer?
So you said it's frozen?
Yeah, so it has been in this weather, in this blizzard. It looks like it's been laying there for a while. It's still completely intact, like almost if it was a statue. It's just been frozen in its like dead form, or like it hasn't been eaten by anything or biodegraded, whatever.
Is it a wampa?
Damn, because if it was kind of fresh, I would totally do that thing where you like crawl inside of it. You like cut open its stomach and then you crawl inside for warmth.
Oh, hiding it for warmth.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty frozen. It's a smart idea, though.
You should have let me.
I should have let you. You can try cutting it open and see if maybe it isn't like long term. Maybe it's still
wanted
warm
to,
on the
but
inside.
you said it's frozen.
On the
So
outside.
I imagine it to
On
be.
the
Do you even have a knife?
Yeah, so can you even cut it open?
I do have a knife. Thank you very much.
It was the question.
She does
I have a
dagger.
knife and a boomerang.
Use
Or
the boomerang.
Yeah, just start whack.
So how do I add exhaustion?
You can click conditions on your D&D Beyond sheet, and then there should be at the bottom, it should say exhaustion, and put 1.
Okay. Yeah, I do want to try cutting it open, I guess. Just a bit. I'm gonna like stab my knife in and see if like it's hard. Like too hard to pierce through.
I want to check. Yeah, okay. So let's just roll.
Did you add exhaustion on me already?
I already added it, so don't worry about it. That's what I was doing right now. Just so you didn't have to screw with it. Okay, as you cut open the deer, or you attempt to, what would that be? Strength or dex for trying to cut something that's frozen and when you're cold? I'll let you do dexterity because that's what you're good at, and it's a dagger.
Thank you. Dex check. Yeah.
Yeah, let's do that just to see if you can, focus and do this properly.
That one.
All right, so
Wait, was that a nat one?
it was on that one.
Oh,
It was
God.
that one.
Give you the bonus with your thing.
Does not save me. Even so.
It said following you from Lorelei. So as you try to cut the deer open, you are so cold and so tired and so hungry that you just essentially, it clinks against the skin and just falls out of your hand.
Oh, thank God.
No, I'm not going to kill your equipment already. But so essentially you're just too tired, too cold to even attempt to cut open with the
Gotchi.
so that was do another con check.
A con check again?
I'm going to do one after every action that you take.
12.
Well, okay, so you're going to get another point of exhaustion.
What? Guys, help.
I told you I was just going to kill her off right at the beginning. All right, so do you want to attempt like cutting the deer, or do you want to keep moving, try to find shelter elsewhere? Do you want to look for something? You're going to try to find Bjorn?
I want to try cutting one more time.
All right, one more time. All right,
Yes.
with exhaustion level 2, what do you get with that?
What does exhaustion do?
Speed is have disadvantage on ability checks, so...
Oh, that means she's on disadvantage then.
Disadvantage for your dex check, yeah.
Yeah.
One more time.
Alright, go for it.
Oh god, a 13 and a... Oh god, a 7!
I mean, I did set it to like a DC of like 10. So
But
That's
I'm
a good
on disadvantage!
I know, it's gonna be that hard. Alright, so I think at this point you are essentially unable to try anymore because you are too tired and too cold. As in, like, you're unable to really even hold your dagger properly in your hand because of how cold you might be. We're gonna do another con check.
Meet the deersicle.
So she's gonna die next to her people. At that point, yeah. So we get a nat one there. That's gonna be.
Oh my god.
We're starting up really good. As you're trying to cut this deer, and as you're sitting here dropping your knife over and over again, the snow is picking up. The blizzard is getting stronger, and you start to just fall over and become just get buried in the snow. You may try to move, try to crawl, but your body is just giving out.
Oh god.
And as it seems you're fading to black, as everything starts to go away, you just see this small little green light tugging at your hair, trying to get you to move in desperation.
Oh my
As
god, is it
everything
touchy?
turns to black, and you're out. You are now, yeah. Petunia is now out of the campaign.
Stop.
No, I'm kidding. You're just fainted, unconscious until somebody finds you. Who knows when?
I have frost.
Let's see. Okay, so from that point, after her fainting and going out, we're gonna go back even further in time to. Let's see if this works. I'll put it here.
Oh wow, how peaceful.
Only Punchy gets the.
And it's the afterlife. You campaigned, Lulu. You did a great job.
Oh, that was good.
So Petunia is now in the
Echo.
green plain with the dead deer. You guys are running peacefully, eating your good berries.
Nom nom noms.
Alright, so we're going to jump back about a month in time. We're going to go to the forest east of Neverwinter, a place you all might be familiar with. So as we're
dragon.
The dragon. As we're in the forest, we see just it's green, it's calm, and then all of a sudden, hopping over a log is a small fox. And this fox looks like it's freaking out. It's trying to find something, sniffing the floor, and it perks up, puts its ears up, points forward, starts making a barking noise, whatever foxes do. And then...
What does the fox say?
What does
I think it's more of like a yelp, like a kind of a.
Yeah, it's
There's a whole song
actually a
about
very weird sound.
I didn't even think about that song until you just said that. So the fox does its fox noise, and then it starts sprinting forward. And chasing behind the fox is a young woman. And Nick, can you describe to us Mel as she's chasing after your little buddy?
Sure can. So yeah, you see a young woman chasing behind this fox that looks sort of ethereal. He's got sort of teal green flames, kind of ghost-like. And the woman's running behind. She's wearing kind of like an orange short dress. She's got a headband, or what's it called, with the wreath? A wreath of leaves around her head, holding her hair back. And you notice her entire left arm is a bright emerald green that sort of matches the color of the fox. And yeah, she's just chasing full speed after him, shouting at him, "Mikhail, where are you going?"
The fox just continues to bark and look at you and run forward.
Keep chasing, just following him, trying to see what he's looking for.
So eventually, you guys come across a couple of other, like, I guess, ethereal or ghost creatures. Things that are dead, ghosts. And what you see is a pretty good ghost of a heavily injured bugbear. And then locked in combat with the ghost of a goblin. You can see that the bugbear is hurt, and the goblin, although is in a lot better shape, is trying to fight back, but is not having much success. Both of these creatures, to your knowledge, are locked in this plane and are seeking passage to the afterlife and to eternal rest, but they're stuck here, which is why your fox is chasing after them, because it knows it needs to help with that. So you've been looking for these creatures, and you can see that the combat and what's going on with the goblin and the bugbear, and the bugbear trying to essentially re-kill this ghost of the goblin. What do you want to do from that point?
I think I'm going to cast Mold Earth, which basically lets me move a portion of the dirt or stone 5 feet, and I'm just going to basically raise the dirt up between them, trying to throw them apart.
Okay, is there anything that goes with that? Like any...
It's not. I don't think it's damage or anything like that. It just says, target an area of loose earth. You can instantaneously excavate it, move it along the ground, and deposit it up to 5 feet away. So I'm just moving it up instead of left or right.
Is that on your spell list?
Yeah, it's from the wizard.
Oh, there it is. Like, no,
Yeah.
Your character sheet literally had 2 spells on it, so it must have bugged out for me.
Right. As we were, I didn't update it from my other sheet.
Okay, so you just want to put a wall in between them.
Right, and then...
Alright, so you go and you cast your little spell, and in between them, as the bugbear is trying to viciously re-murder this goblin, and this goblin is trying to defend itself, a giant wall of dirt just appears in between them. I guess 5 foot high wall of dirt. The bugbear, how wide is this?
It's a 5 foot cube, basically.
Okay, so the bugbear gets, I guess, thrown off balance a little bit surprised, and because of this, it turns its attention to you. And it starts to charge toward you and your fox. So it's actually going to attempt to hit at you. Just let me roll for that. And it got a 12.
Miss.
So I guess it flails, maybe out of its injuries, whatever. It just cannot hit you properly and completely whiffs, and it just misses you completely. So from this point, we are going to do just turn by turn. So I'll let you go next.
I'm going to try to talk to him or yell or, yeah. I don't know. What do bugbears speak, I guess? I don't know. Are they common or?
Oh, my thing's being a little weird. I'm trying to pull up the stat sheet, but D&D Beyond's freezing.
I'm pretty sure it's common. Yep.
Yeah, it is common and goblin, so.
Okay. Alright, so yeah, I'm going to try to talk to the bugbear. Basically, I'm just going to say, there's no point in fighting anymore. You're both destined for something better than this now. All you're doing is wasting your energy, wasting your time. Aren't there friends you want to see? Aren't there loved ones you miss? They're waiting for you.
Alright, so after your little speech, you can roll persuasion. See if he listens to you.
Good, I have a -1 to that. Got a solid 5.
So maybe the way you were looking at him, maybe bugbears don't like eye contact, and you were making too much eye contact, and it made him uncomfortable. At that point, he just kind of screams, and it's like, "Me, I only know kill, and I kill you. Next goblin," and he'll swing at you again. This time it is a 14.
Still misses.
Hello.
Oh,
Our
damn.
mascot has arrived.
Oh, we got the kitty cat. Alright, so what would you like to do at this point?
I'm gonna look to Mikhail and say, I guess we'll have to do this the old-fashioned way. And I'm gonna go ahead and try to cast Inflict Wounds on it.
Oh god, I'm just going straight for the kill here. Alright, what is that? Just a normal roll?
For hit, yeah.
Okay.
24.
Yeah, well,
That was almost a 3, but...
I mean, that definitely hits.
Right. 28 damage.
Almost max damage. I mean, he was already injured to begin with because bugbears are really high, so I was going to try to make it easy, but apparently I didn't do that. So even if it was full strength, you would have one-shot it. So as you touch this ghost with your inflict wounds, even in its ethereal form of not solid ghostliness, it just essentially evaporates in a scream of just pain. Just disappears in a but it gets cut off because of how powerful. No, touch this creature. It just disappears. Yeah,
healer, by the way, it's fine.
It just disappears. Welcome to the power of a cleric, guys.
Yeah.
So there's that. As you see now that the goblin is kind of cowering behind the little block that you created, looking out around the corner, kind of like Tony Chopper. He's a little backwards with his hands on the inside and his body on the outside. And he's just looking at you and he's a little nervous because he saw what you just did, but he feels a little safer because the thing that was trying to kill him is now gone.
I'm gonna kind of walk close to him, but not all the way, and kind of crouch down. Mikhail's gonna come and kind of sit next to me as I do that, and I'm gonna say, "It's okay. You're almost home now." I'm gonna reach out the jade hand and say, "Let me help you find peace."
And the goblin kind of shakingly agrees, as it's, scared but happy. Thank you, Dark One. What is your name?
You can call me Mel. And what's your name, friend?
My name is Grinny.
Granny, huh? So what are you doing out here all alone now?
No! I was muted and I was like,
I've been running from that creature. I want peace.
Already.
Well, Granny, he's gone. To find peace, you have to look within yourself. You're not here, not in the way that you were. It's time for you to move on.
I want move on. Go home.
Thank you, baby.
Friends, family.
I'm gonna kind of slide my arm around him and kind of pull him into my chest, and sort of hug him and say, "They want to see you too, Granny.
Just
They
gonna
miss you."
reciprocate. Yeah. So just reciprocate the hug, coming out from behind the block.
I'm gonna ask if there's anything left in this world for him. anything he's missing, anything he needs help with.
Her. It's a girl.
Oh, sorry. I'm gonna ask, yeah. Sorry, I'll actually ask that. Is there something keeping you here? What's holding you back from your friends? It seems you want to see them.
Friends, all dead. Family, dead. From bugbears. Only Grinny.
I'm gonna look Grinny in the eyes and say,
Gritty, you're dead.
no, Grinny. You're no longer here, too. They're waiting on you.
Can you help Grinny?
I can help. Let's help find what's holding you here. And I'm gonna kind of take her hand and just kind of start walking away, guiding her with me. And Mikhail's gonna kind of just run around and sort of nuzzle up into her, trying to help give her a little comfort. See, she's still kind of shaken from the bugbear.
She'll just follow along. She feels definitely a lot more comfortable than she did 5 minutes ago. So wherever you lead, she's willing to go.
I'm gonna just kind of take her back. I don't know, but I'm assuming. Do I have like is there like a campsite or somewhere I've been staying here? Or somewhere.
That's up to you. How'd you get out there? What do you want to say? You're out east of Neverwinter.
Mm-hmm.
So if you were staying in Neverwinter, if you decided to camp, you can. I'll let you decide.
Yeah, no, I think I would be in the town. So yeah, I'd take her back to my camp. I'm gonna cast Create Bonfire. And just sit down next to it and just sit down and then sort of pat the ground next to me and motioning for her to join me.
So she, as she's still kind of holding on to Mikhail, as if she wants Mikhail to follow, she comes and sits next to you.
Mikhail kind of hop up on her lap and sort of curl up like a little lap dog. So, Grinny, what's the last thing you remember before you were running from the ghost?
No.
Now, just to go a little meta here, was that actually Grinny in that dungeon?
In where?
In Wave Echo Cave?
In Wave Echo?
Yeah.
Yeah, her spirit was there. Yes.
Alright, so the spirit was there. So the thing, I had written this so long ago, and then you added that, I was like, damn. Alright, so Grinny mentions the proceedings she had kind of running into, I guess I could say it in character. So I saw my friend, White One. I help her in cave. After I leave, then Bugbear chased me. Bugbear. For many, many months, years it seems. I don't know, but I've been running.
You don't have to run anymore, Grinny. If you want to see your friends, I just need you to close your eyes and take my hand and hold on tight and just trust that they're waiting on you.
She does exactly as you ask, closes her eyes, grabs your hands, and with kind of leaving the nervous state that she was in, she begins to relax and smile.
I'm going to smile back. I'm just going to go ahead and I'll cast Cure Wounds as I'm holding her hand.
Is this your method of escorting things?
I think so. I'm kind of just doing it on the fly because I don't really have a good
I was
I
thinking
didn't have
about
like
that
a
too. Like
plan.
yesterday,
Yeah.
we never. Yeah, that's
No, we
okay.
didn't come up with. So I'm thinking this is kind of what I want to do.
Okay.
And then as I do that, the arm will kind of glow a bright green.
Well, as you cast your spell, as you invoke the power of your god, and it flows through the green arm, Jade. You notice that the spirit of Granny starts to slowly just fade away and disappear. And then after seems but a moment, she's gone. And she's no longer here. She has been escorted to the afterlife to where her soul can rest.
I let out a heavy sigh.
Shortly after you finish your proceedings, as you stand up or sit down, whatever you're doing around your campfire, you hear the voice in your head, one very familiar to you, of Hecate. She begins to tell you that it's urgent you return home. I don't really want to give her a voice because I don't want to give a voice to a god. It sounds a little weird, but I don't want to do that. In your head, she tells you this, she beckons you to return to where you came, and it is very, very important that you make your way back home.
I nod understandingly, stand to my feet, look down at Mikhail. Oh, buddy, we're got to go back home. You did good today. And I kind of reach down and pet him and just start walking off back home.
All right.
Starting that journey.
All right. All right. So we're going to take a break from Mel there. Proceeding with that. And we are going to jump back to
God.
our tundra. Back to a tundra, but a different place up in the Dale. Right now, it is cleared up. It is not. It's windy, but the blizzard is no more. The intense winds have died down to a lighter wind, and we are in the middle of the tundra, in kind of like a boulder field, where we see this massive man sitting on a rock, completely shirtless, almost meditating, kind of bearing the cold as part of a mental training, sitting there just deep in thought. And Holly, can you describe to me Bjorn, please, as he's sitting on his rock?
He. Wait, hold on. I wasn't listening enough to the end of that. I was looking at something. Can you
I
just
know.
repeat that?
You're sitting on a rock, half naked, trying to bear the cold as part of your training.
Oh, okay. All right. He. What? You just want me to describe what he looks like doing?
Yeah. Well, tell me what Bjorn is, what he looks like.
Okay. Well, his eyes are closed. He's a very tall, lean man. His stone-like skin has blue tribal markings all over it, and he seems very still. Something that he has always been, found easy to do, unlike a lot of his brethren. And yeah, he is bearing the cold, but luckily his kind usually has that benefit. They don't really feel the cold as much, but he is still cold because he still has no shirt on.
All right.
Alright, cool.
As you finish with your meditation
Yeah.
and being half naked in the blizzard, you open your eyes and as you're standing up or whatever you're doing, you notice something off in the distance. out in the middle of the tundra.
Okay.
To you, it just looks like a small little green light.
All right.
So as you wake up or come out of it, you see this little light. And what do you want to do from that point? You're going to ignore it or you're going to look after it?
No, he's curious. He's a curious guy, so. And having been a scout for his tribe, his natural instinct would be go and see what it is, because green lights don't usually appear out of nowhere.
So as you approach closer to it, you notice that it is a little creature, maybe one you've never seen before, almost like a bug to you, as it's fluttering around, kind of desperately clawing at the snow and pulling on something what looks to be maybe a piece of cloth that's stuck in the snow.
Okay. So he looks down at the lump of snow. And he reaches down. He has to like really like go down like in a squatting position because he's so far away from the ground.
That's 7-6 frame, yeah.
Yes. And he easily pulls on the piece of cloth that the little fairy thing is looking at, brushing off the snow as he pulls.
As you start to pull on it, the fairy kind of freaks out a little bit because it doesn't expect you to come. As you yank this cloth out of the ground, to everyone's surprise, you see this fainted deer-looking like creature. It's very unconscious and not moving or talking or doing anything. But yes, you pull Petunia out of a snow. You don't know it's Petunia, but it is Petunia.
He grunts. And he picks her up and throws her over his shoulder.
Back in.
I said over his shoulder, not over back in.
Puts her back in the snow. You're gonna die twice in one day. I did write something out if you just decided to ignore it, by the way.
Oh, did you?
He just like kicked it and kept walking.
That's what I was saying. I'm not. I wrote it. I was like, it's good if you do, but if you didn't, then I have to have a plan for if you do that. And then the other deer is just so far buried in the snow that it's not even there anymore. So you have a Petunia. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah. He's gonna look around, see if he can see where she came from, if there's any tracks in the snow, but there wouldn't be since she's covered in snow. And then he's gonna grunt again. And he's gonna look at the fairy.
The fairy's actually pretty terrified and doesn't know what to do. Actually, I shouldn't be playing this out. I think Lulu should be playing what Pachi does in this situation. Because it's your character.
I mean, since she doesn't speak common, she's just what Bjorn can hear is just like little high pitched ass sounds in his ear. I imagine him like swatting like at a mosquito.
Are you swatting at the fairy?
He's gonna just be like, calm down. Calm down. Where'd you come from?
She just is staring, petrified, but relieved. She doesn't understand what he's saying.
Oh, okay.
She only speaks Elvish, so
he's just gonna do a lot of grunting, like. So he's just gonna start walking to where he knows the next town is.
You're just going to carry the body over there?
Yep.
Fair enough. So as Bjorn starts to make his way into the distance, I hope he remembered to pick up a shirt.
Oh yeah. He put on his coat.
He put on his coat. As he's put on his coat, he threw this deer, possibly dinner, over his shoulder. He makes his way in the direction that he wanted to go, which I guess was toward the nearest town.
Yes.
So that's where Bjorn is heading now. Okay. That was nice and simply done. Just
Yep.
rip her out of the dirt and drag her along.
He's not like that gentle of a guy. He's
Really
nice,
funny.
just not gentle.
See, I didn't write a lot because I wasn't sure what you guys would actually do, and I don't want to try to railroad it. But it's really funny to see what you guys do.
Just grabs her, leaves, fades to black.
I mean, well, she's gone. Sorry, made it
Well, it's
harder.
not
if
like
you
I
just
can
left it
interact
there,
with her or anything, so it kind of works out that he
Alright.
doesn't have to talk to her. She could just be like, wake up and figure it out.
Just you pull it. All right, we're gonna jump back to Mel. So we're gonna see Mel has returned to the Neverwinter docks, and as she knows she's going home, she has negotiated with, or she is going through a way. She knows a simple way to go home, being a ship up the coast. So she has found passage on a prison ship. It's not necessarily a prison ship, maybe a pirate prison ship, because there's not a lot of boats that generally want to sail through those seas. This ship in particular is headed to Revel's End, which most people know is essentially the Alcatraz of this land. It is a place, once you're in, you never see the light of day again.
What was it called?
Revel's End. I almost called it Impel Down.
Getting a little too meta there.
Yeah. No, but yeah, it's like, because I literally just watched that part of the stuff too, so like that's
Yeah.
still fresh in my head.
Rebels or
Revel.
Rebel?
Revel.
Gotcha. Okay.
Revel's End. So Mel found passage on this boat because it was the one leaving the soonest and the quickest. As you go on the dock, not the dock, on the deck, as you're walking around, you can see the guards, pirates, whatever they may be. They're kind of a mix of just kind of grungy looking creatures. You can also see some of the prisoners that are being escorted. You see a big orc who is grabbing at his cage, kind of gnawing on it, trying to escape, freaking out. A human who looks like he has lost his sense of his mind. He's almost essentially crying and breaking down, screaming things like, please don't take me there, I don't want to go. Because of the reputation that this prison holds. Lastly, you notice another prisoner who seems strangely calm compared to the others. As he's sitting in the corner, just kind of twiddling with his fingers, whatever, you notice especially his ghost white hair sitting in the corner of his cell. And Chase, could you describe what Callus would look like?
Gallus, he's, since he's sitting, it's hard to discern his proper height, but you could put it at about 5'8" or whatever that is in centimeters. He has a very lean look to him, but definitely has some muscle on him. He, his mannerisms is very. He looks like he's being aware of all the things going around him. He's watching everyone pass by, and he's observing all the things around him. His clothing is slightly heavier than you might expect someone to be wearing, although on closer look you might notice that there's small little changes that have been made to to have extra little cloth bits here and there added to it to make it sort of a custom looked thing, more akin to padded armor or something.
All right. So you are there. As you are in the cell, they have confiscated your weapon. But as through what happened, you still do have all of your clothes on. So we are going to jump back a little bit before, and we see Callus again riding up the Sword Coast. You're on a wagon, a horse and buggy, with an old man. So you have bargained with this old man to, take you to Neverwinter. You had told him that you will tell him your adventures and your stories, and he'll take you free of charge. He's just a curious old guy. He's very curious of what's going on in the world and your life as he makes his routine trip up the coast to Neverwinter.
Right.
So he looks at you, says, "So, youngin, you promised me some good old stories." And he gives a big smile. "What can you tell me of your travels?"
Well, what do you know of the I believe it's what the heck is that place called? That giant gate over in the far east there. Have you heard of it?
Oh, the Hellgate? Is that what it's called?
Yeah.
I can't remember because I remember you talked to me about it. Oh, he gets very, very wide-eyed and very, very happy. "Oh, I know nothing of this. What is this big gate? I don't know of any big gates other than ones in front of castles."
Oh, well, it's an amazing gate of wonder, of fantasticisms. First of all, it's enormous. It's the size of a mountain. Well, a small mountain, yeah, but a mountain all the same. And if that wasn't enough, right, it's made of a black stone. I can't tell you what the stone's of, but it's something otherworldly.
Oh, well, how was this constructed? Was it people? Dwarfs? A god? How was this made? As
Well,
he starts to take his eyes off the road and focus more on you.
eyes on the road, sir. I tell the stories.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So, as one wonders who could have built such a marvelous thing, it is theorized that it was made by gods, or perhaps demigods, but no one's quite sure. Perhaps it was one of the old magics from the tales long gone. But no matter which way it was, it still holds true to its purpose. And do you know that purpose?
No, what is that purpose?
Eyes on the road. I'm telling the story. This purpose is it's a gate like many others and takes you to a new place, another realm. But this gate transports you from the tropics of the area over by the Hell Gates entrance to a completely far off plains on the other side of the world, I would suppose. It transports you instantly, and the magic that flows between either lands is continuous, like the wind.
That's so fascinating. Oh, I wish I could be an adventurer like you. Oh, with all the people I've met these days, it makes me jealous.
Not everyone's cut out for these things.
I'd say. You look like you handle yourself quite nicely.
Well, I do what I can. There's only so much you can handle on your own.
As you finish your sentence, I want you to roll a perception check.
Woohoo! All right. I'm gonna roll. I'm gonna roll a d20 here. 18.
18, yeah, that's 20. So you notice off, traveling up the coast, in kind of the wooded area, you see some figures running around within the forest.
Can I see from this distance? How far are they from me?
I'd say maybe, how far would the road be? Maybe 30 to 50, 40, 50 feet off the road.
Okay. I turn to the old man and says, "Are these roads patrolled?"
Occasionally you have some guards from Neverwinter, or maybe a few from Fandolin, although they really can't spare them.
Mm.
But generally, no, it could be quite open, especially this far out.
I'd like to do an insight check on him, just to see what he's.
Alright, we get to put this other one in.
Yeah, do all your secret ones.
Oh, yeah, that's the secret one. I did roll that. What is your modifier? +4?
Yeah.
Yeah. It seems he was telling the truth to you. He just seems like an innocent old man, and just an innocent old farmer.
Looking out towards the figure, or giving us just a side glance, if I can. Maybe if I have to do to hide my observation of looking. But do the figures themselves, are they following the caravan, or are they heading different directions, or in parallel?
They're kind of trying to sneak along with you and follow the caravan. Yes, they're not. They are very much interested in you, the wagon, the old man, something.
I turned to the old man. So, you're a merchant yourself, aren't you?
Well, I guess I am.
Oh, and
Yes,
what
I am.
what are your wares, your trades?
No, I just simply trade my goods as a farmer. So my wheat, my vegetables, anything I grow in the fields, nothing livestock related. Only these horses.
I take a side glance into the wagon itself to verify the cargo.
Anything that's not in a box is aligned with what he says.
Excellent. And the crates, are they anything particular?
Oh, it's apple season. Those are my apples.
Oh, do you mind if I
Would you
have
like
one?
them?
I'd love
Oh,
one.
of course. So you will, kind of hand you the reins of the horse and turn around, crack it open, and just as he said, inside, full of apples. He pulls one out, kind of rubs it on his shirt, and offers it to you.
While he's reaching back to go do that, I want to pick his pocket.
We're starting already. All right, so roll your sleight of hand.
Oh,
Aww. It was a 13 to that one.
Worst thief ever.
Straight out the gate.
Yep.
Nat 1 on the
Nat
first check. Oh my god.
So as he's reaching back to give you an apple,
It's okay. I also got 2 nat 1s.
That's true.
starting out hot
We're all
tonight, ladies and gentlemen.
starting pretty
Sheep
sad
beats.
here.
You're trying to control the horses and pick his pocket at the same time. You hit a slight bump in the road, and instead of reaching into his pocket, you go full on, like, up his shirt, and you start just grabbing it, nothing. And he freaks out and falls into the back of the wagon.
Kill an old man.
I immediately turn to him and say, "Old man, are you all right? We hit a large rock there. I was trying to stabilize you. Are you okay?" And I'm trying to
Deceptive.
deceive. Yeah. As I try and save myself from my own shit.
There you
the
go.
duality of man.
So he looks up, kind of upside down, with his shirt half covering his face, leaning up the hay with his belly hanging out. He's like, "Oh, I appreciate it," and he kind of offers you his hand to try to have you help him back up.
And I reach for his hand, and as I'm looking around, I'm looking at him. I'm looking at the apple crate, and I'd still take a side look at the figures that were following the wagon.
As you notice, there were several figures, and now it seems there are a lot less than there were before.
I turn to the old man. So, your trade's going well, are they?
Oh, they're going very well.
Oh, excellent. You wouldn't have happened to had a few problems with your work?
Oh, as of recently, no. Everything's
No,
been fine.
no, yeah.
Just
Everything's
growing the food and trading it. I don't make very many trips to Neverwinter, but the harvest was so good this year that I just had to sell the excess. Fandolin only wants to buy so much, you know.
yes, yes. Those small towns. There's not much ever going on there. They're pretty dull and nothing. You know, you might as well just pass those ones right by, honestly. Right. So, do you trade at Fandolin often?
Oh, yes, I do. I try to do most of my business as it's more convenient. And as he's finishing his sentence, as he's talking, on either side of the wagon, two assassin looking like creatures come out of invisibility. And they both try to strangle you.
Awesome. Do I get a reaction?
Yeah, you can try to react to it. So give me a dex check on that. A dex, yeah, probably a check and see what you can do.
Dex check. Okay. 18.
18. All right, so both of them, what do you want to do to both of them? And let's see what happens.
All right. Immediately that I see both of them coming at me, reaching for my throat, I want to cast invisibility on myself.
All right, so you're invisible.
Poof. And
All right, so
yeah, go ahead.
are you staying still?
No, if I get a chance to, I'll move. No.
Jump on you.
Yeah. So cast invisibility on myself, and I'll take that off my spells. I guess I just on the actions. Where are those things? While I'm doing that, I'm going to slip back behind into the cart, and I want to put the old man between myself and the two assailants.
Okay, so you're gonna try to maneuver the old man.
I'm just going around the old man and just putting him
so
in
you're just
between
running
me
behind
and,
him.
yeah.
Okay. So you relocate there. The assailants are a bit confused as they almost kind of crash into each other as you kind of just disappear before their eyes as they just reappeared before you. They are going to... Let me see. So one of them is going to start running forward. The other one is going to run kind of exactly where you went. He rolled a nat 20 in perception.
Awesome.
Yeah, the first one did not. So the first one kind of runs straight in front of the horses. The second one runs back toward you. Mm-hmm. And he doesn't know where you are, but he is going to try to take a swing in that general area at disadvantage because he can't see you. And I got a 16.
16 hits.
Okay, so he's got a long sword, short sword. It's going to be 7 points of damage.
Okay.
And then you can do your con check on that.
Yay!
All right. So you save for your invisibility, and it holds. All right, now I'll give you. I'm not going to do it through an initiative. I'm just going to say you're next up. The old man, he's kind of freaking out and struggling. He doesn't know what's going on as things just appear. The horses do start to panic, and the buggy seems to just start running off course as the old man is desperately trying to get back up into the driver's seat as they start to just run off into the dirt and grass. As you notice, and the other assailant kind of yells, the one that hit you yells to the other one, "He's over here! He's over here!" And the other one, a little bit dumbfounded, kind of stops in his tracks and turns around. And I'll let you make the next move.
All right. So there's one guy. Essentially, I'm in the back of the cart. Is what I am picturing.
Yeah.
And the other one's kind of like in the front area where the driver's kind of sit. He's looking towards me, swinging his swords wildly at me.
Yeah,
The other one
first guy is not even in the cart at all. He just completely ran out, and he thought you ran away. So he's kind of behind.
Yeah. So the second guy, he's in the cart, kind of.
Yeah, he's with you. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see. The first guy who's outside, right? He's on the ground, running in front of the horses.
Yeah, pretty much trying to keep up with the buggy or catch back up to the buggy.
Right. Okay. And I want to yell quickly at the old man. Yeah. What do I yell? Yep. Run for your, get the horses running, or we'll die here, old man.
So the old man is kind of grunting and like kind of just incomprehensible things. He has no idea what's going on, and he's desperately trying to get control of the horses, as like because he has, probably never experienced something like this in his life.
Why not? Since I assume that we're just booting it along at this point, I'm gonna just try and attack the dude in front of me.
All right.
So, then I'm gonna, as I slowly unsheath my very large sword and put it in my hands, swing out to him as this. Not that anyone can see it, because it's invisible with me. Right. Okay.
All right. So you're gonna swing at the guy. You can roll your roll. Oh, there you go.
There you go. Good.
As you swing, do you leave invisibility even if you miss?
I would say so. As you try to
forget that attacks or cast a spell. Yeah, so as you're swinging, you leave your invisibility, and you just explode the apple crate everywhere. Can
I use a dex reaction, just try and catch an apple and eat it, just look like a bigger ass?
Yeah, sure.
Let's see if I catch an apple. I just want to see. Do I catch the apple while I'm doing this? Yeah!
Oh, dude, what did you do to your dice? I don't understand.
The thing I was going to do, I think it's like you're also falling out of the cart, so you're going to take a little bit of bludgeoning damage, but somehow as you've completely lost your balance, fallen out, you managed to catch an apple in your mouth, handed, and take a bite. How much HP do you have? 7? You here?
Yeah, I guess I'm.
It's not enough. You only take 1 damage anyway, so.
Yeah.
So you've taken 8 total. Yeah.
8 total. Okay.
Yeah.
I gotta.
As soon as you land on the ground.
Okay.
So after that, the other guy is going to react by jumping out of the car after you, but from behind, I'm gonna need you to make a Wisdom saving throw.
Okay. Boop. Oh man, the important ones all suck.
So, the Wisdom saving throw was behind you. A wizard has casted Hold Person.
How's it feel, Chase? How's it feel?
So you are now locked into place by this Hold Person spell, and they are going to attempt to restrain you. So through that, they are going to, well, they are going to restrain you, and then start to just, let's see, drag you along. I think, and then the other guy is going to come and try to just knock you out, so you can't do anything. Let's see if he actually makes this. I don't even know if you're supposed to do rolls for that.
I guess a hit, basically.
I guess so. That is too low. So he goes, and I guess while you are being tied up and pulled, you kind of dodge out of the way. So as you're being dragged along by this wizard and assassin, a few other figures come out of the forest. And I'll leave it up to you if you want to try to do anything while you are essentially restrained.
I it might sound strange to outsiders, but I say to the two beside me, the assassins, I say, top of the morning to you. Is this way you treat all your guests? And I'm testing them to see if they recognize.
Did you send me that list?
Nope. But I'm just seeing if they can respond, as a normal person would respond, or not.
Not for those of your kind. Part of a very dirty organization. Down with anyone who belongs to it.
I want to take if I can, I want to try my best, if I can, to look at said wizard who's casting these spells at me.
So this wizard, I think it's pretty obvious. The wizard is in black and red attire. Most of the people around you would notice, any sort of perception at all, that they are all dressed fairly similarly. One thing that might stand out is the logo on each of their shoulders. It resembles a dragon eating the sun. So, what it would look like a dragon essentially diving down, trying to engulf the sun. And every single one of these people bear this mark somewhere on their clothing.
Where, as I'm wiggling with them and stuff, so where do you hail from?
As you're continuing talking, they're just going to try to knock you out and get you out of this because they don't want to hear you anymore. And that is an 18. So one comes up from behind you.
That hits.
Clubs you over the head. And Callus wakes up on a boat.
Yay!
So I was gonna see,
he's just
I wanted to play a lot of it. See what you could figure out from all this.
At the moment, he's just kind of humming a song.
Yep. So you're on this boat, and you're told you're being sent off to Revel's End for crimes that you don't know of, just because they want you gone. All right. So we have that. We have Mel is on the boat. We have Petunia getting hauled along by Bjorn. Next, last but not least, we turn. We're going to turn over to... I'm going to go back to the Blizzard because I think this is appropriate. Sorry, that's very long and you haven't got to do anything. A lot of solo stuff today. It won't be like this every day. So we turn over to one of the 10 towns. It's a cold night as usual. We're looking back a few weeks again. And we are in a tavern. I didn't mute the music, didn't
I? Maybe.
I don't know if I minimize it. It's just Blizzard. Okay. So we're in a tavern.
You're not streaming anymore for me at all.
Yeah, your stream
Oh,
stopped.
yeah, your stream stopped.
It stopped a long time ago.
Yeah.
Do you want me to wait? Oh, we're in kind of a pause point here.
You can put the stream back on. That's cool. I like the music.
So I just have, I mean, I think your stream or my stream. My stream?
Yeah, yours, your music
Oh.
stream.
It's not even minimized.
It stopped. Like you're not
No,
doing
like
it.
yeah, there's no stream.
Mine.
Like
It's
at all.
not paused. It's just like straight up like you.
Why does it do that?
You probably minimized, and then after enough time, it just automatically killed it.
Whatever.
That's what it said. It said that this has been minimized. And then
I mean, it wasn't anything like no music really was needed. I guess it's just background. I didn't put anything on intense or anything. It was just all the
What?
same.
My intense battle? It's like swung and a
I
miss.
keep changing the music.
I
So
did
in
get
the
an apple.
tavern, you did get an apple. Actually, roll a d10.
Oh, yeah. All right. Magical D10. One.
Yeah, it's the worst apple you've ever had.
Oh, it's the worst. It's one of those green ones. They're really bitter.
So
Probably had a worm in it.
The old man was selling terrible produce to them.
Oh, man. It's not even ripe green apple.
So we're going to move to a tavern in the Ten Towns. Inside, it is very cold, very run down, very poorly maintained. There are a few customers just kind of keeping to themselves or having like very, very low, idle chit chat. Everyone seems to be a bit tense, but above all, you can hear the bickering of a few characters that look exactly like each other. A group of brothers arguing over business. You hear them shouting about, "You're taking all my customers. No, you're taking my customers. You should just close down your tavern. No, you should close down. Mine's better. You should have just worked for me." And then over all that, while all this bickering is going on, over at the bar, we see a girl or a woman with black hair polishing a mug. And Kate, can you describe to us Ember?
She's polishing a mug and she's just kind of vaguely listening to the conversation, but she's heard this before, and so she's just kind of like annoyed by it, kind of like rolling her eyes while she's cleaning up.
Alright, so she's dealing with that in the normal way. I guess a lot of the patrons seem to be doing the same. It seems to be a common occurrence among these taverns, and she just goes about her business. As the fighting ends, when the bickering ends, the brothers storm out the door, and then one remains, and the one that stays joins you behind the counter. And you can tell that there's a little bit of an extra tension today. For some reason, business is a little slower than normal, even though it's usually pretty slow. And that everyone is just quiet, almost scared. Even the brother that was just in an intense, heated argument. As you can see, his hands shaking as he's attempting to clean along with you.
I like don't ask him about it. I just notice it and continue doing what I'm doing because it's not my business.
All right. As you continue to go what you're doing, a woman walks in the door. She comes and sits down, and she looks over at the brother, and he nods, and goes, and gets her a drink, and he comes back, and she looks at him and says, "Are you prepared for tonight?" And he nods in agreement. "Must always be. Once every month, we all must be, if we want to survive." She nods again, says, "Where will you be going?" "So me and my family will stay here. If you have no one to be with, you're welcome to join us as well." And he looks up at you, because he remembers you're new. You've just joined this tavern recently. You started working here since you're a traveler, and started working here not only about a few weeks ago. This is your first new moon, isn't it?
Yes.
Kind of looks down at the floor. Do you know what happens on the night of the new moon in the 10 pounds?
No, what happens?
Oh, this is the night we must give sacrifice to the god of winter, unless we want to survive. Brennan is a small town, so we only sacrifice warmth. And as you notice, as he says that, you can see as nighttime approaches that people are putting out fires, putting out torches, as they're preparing to bear the cold through the night. So he looks at you again, says, I know you know nobody here, and I know you're new, but you should probably join me and my family tonight, as staying alone only means certain death. It's very cold, and you must have someone to bundle and huddle with for warmth, or you will die. So I extend offer to you to bear this cold night of the new moon with us.
Sorry, trying to think what she'd do. I appreciate the offer, but I wouldn't want to impose on you and your family.
It's not really imposing, my dear. You're my employee, and if you don't, you're going to die. So it's up to you if you prefer to try to bear these temperatures alone without fire or blankets or anything. But the offer is there, as we generally always have to do this, and we always welcome in anybody we can. We have a very small population here, so we must take care of one another.
I see. Well, I suppose I have no choice then. I will join you and your family. Thank you.
Right. So as the night goes on, as the customers leave, as the people who will be joining you in your struggle for the night to survive the bitter cold, as you offer, as Bremen, the town you are staying in, offers its sacrifice of warmth to Oral the Frost Maiden.
Sorry, the name again?
Which one? The town?
Frost Maiden. Frost.
Oral. Oral. I believe it's pronounced
How do you spell
A-U-I-L.
it?
Oral. I'll just say oral because it's easiest.
A-U-I-L?
A-U-R-I-L.
A-U-R-I-L. Okay.
So you join him and his family. You bundle and cuddle together as tightly as you can to survive the night without blankets, without fire, without any sort of heat source aside from each other. So we'll cut off you there, and we are going to pick back up with Mr. Callis and Miss Mel. As I might try to expedite this a little bit. So as you and Mel are on the boat, you are traveling through what is known as the Sea of Moving Ice. The Sea of Moving Ice is, as Mel would definitely know, to the west of 10 Towns. It is a very treacherous area of icebergs, currents, wind, water, which is why not a lot of people make passage, and which is why Revel's End is located there. It keeps people in, and it's very hard to get in, and even harder to get out. Even if you survive the prison, you cannot survive the surrounding environment. So you guys are on the boat, and as in the middle of the night, both of you are awoken by sounds of crashing and screaming. As I'm just gonna. No, it closed. Oh well, I'm just gonna put something on.
Do it. Put the music on. We'll wait.
Let me find a music. Alright, crashing, screaming. Just utter chaos, what it seems, around you. Cal is still locked in your cell, Mel on a cot, and both of you can kind of jump up and are able to take reaction.
Okay.
So
Am I bound in my cage?
you're not bound. You're just still sitting. You're just sitting there.
Okay. Do I, aside from my weapon, do I still have my other belongings?
Now, they're going to take everything from you. Although you do know through your basic perception where everything is located. So if you are able to get out, I'll just let you get it because Callus would know where it is. So Mel, Callus, either one. We can start with either one of you. What you want to do, and then I'll proceed.
Yeah, well, I'll jump up from the cot, and then I'm assuming I'm kind of downstairs under deck.
Sure.
So yeah, I'll just grab my coat and then kind of run up the stairs and kind of look for what's going on, or just kind of try to gain an idea of what's going on in the area, or what's causing all the noise.
As she's running up the stairs, I just shout out, "Hey, you there!"
I'm gonna look over, kind of still shook and not quite sure where it's coming from, but kind of say, "Yeah, are you talking to me?"
You with the green arm? Yes, you.
I'm gonna run over and say, "What's going on?"
Have you been on this ship before?
I've not been on this ship, but I've heard of the ships taking this path.
Yeah. Well, doesn't sound like the captain has been aware of the surrounding areas. I think we probably hit something.
I'm gonna look around. Are there any guards or anyone, like any sort of authorities? Is there like a sense of urgency from the boat?
So most everyone has made their way above deck in all of the chaos and panic.
I want to look around. Do I still see that orc that was chewing on the cage?
Yeah, he's also just kind of woken up and starting to, out of his drowsy stupor, starting to shake on the cage.
Okay.
The other guy is just kind of in the fetal position in the corner of his cage.
Can I run to the edge of the boat? Does it look like we've hit something?
Yeah, so you can go look. Through general conversation and through what you see, you notice that the ship is indeed taking on water as it has struck quite a large iceberg.
Right. I'm going to. I guess I'm going to go back to. I'll go back to Callus and say, "Are you strong? Or are you? Sorry, I'm going to actually say, are you sane? Or are you like them?" And kind of tilt my head towards the other prisoners that are acting.
The orc's just screaming and banging his heads on the bars, and then the other guy's crying for his mother.
I've still got my wits about me. But what I don't have is my things. They're just over there if you'd bring them to me.
I'll kind of nod and sort of run over that way. First, I'm going to kind of make sure there's if there's a guard or anything kind of watching, or are they all distracted, it's seemingly?
At this point, yeah, I think through all the chaos that they're not even considering someone letting the prisoners out. They're more concerned about how they're going to survive. Yeah.
All right, well, I'll grab the stuff that he's kind of pointing at, and then I see, is there anything that looks like a key, anything that may get the cells open?
Nothing that you know of. So everything around you that you see just in plain sight, there is nothing that would aside from like idle things, maybe like paper and pen
Yeah.
or a candle, there's no keys.
All right, I'll grab the stuff and kind of hurry back to him. Shove it, kind of try to push it through the gates,
Excellent.
and say, "I'm not sure what else I can do for you right now. I'm gonna go try to see what's going on."
I'll join
And
you
I'm gonna
shortly.
I'll nod and kind of just run. I guess I'll head towards like the helm. See if there's
Okay.
a captain or somebody that looks kind of more, I guess, important. Or
You notice a captain or someone that may look important as he's standing there trying to control the boat, although he knows that its minutes are numbered. You can tell by his face that he is trying his best to pull it as close to the shore as possible, to get it away or out of the middle of the ocean. The shore is not too far off in the distance, and you can see through the ship starting to sink, or just also with the insane current and waves and wind, just, buckle up and down in oscillation.
Is Mel still within my sight?
Let's
Like,
say
I assume I'm below deck and she's kind of gone up above deck, but I don't know if she's still in my sight.
She's not there, no.
Okay.
yeah, you can go ahead.
I want to use my thieves' tools to pick the lock that's bound me.
Alright. Go ahead.
So, hurrah!
Is that advantage with the tools, or is it just, how does that work? I don't remember.
I don't remember.
I think
you just have to have the tools to use it.
Yeah, I think that's how you can do it. Yeah.
So I think you get like disadvantages when you don't have them.
If you're proficient with them, you can add your proficiency bonus any ability checks you make with them to open. So you just get to add proficiency for whatever sort of check it would be, which I think it's typically sleight of hand.
Yeah,
I think it's a dex check.
They end up. I think they're.
For lock picking, I think it's a dex check.
Yeah.
So it'd be whatever your dex is plus your proficiency, right?
Yeah, well, that's just sleight of hand then, right?
Yeah, the same thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
So.
Well, that's what, like, if you do a dex check with proficiency and everything, it just is the same thing as sleight of hand.
Okay, then sure. Yeah. Never mind. Then it doesn't really matter. Wait, no, because he's got expertise. But I guess whatever expertise doesn't matter.
True. Yeah.
Whatever, you just roll side hand. That's fine for this one.
11.
11. So you start to fiddle with it, and it seems as if it's coming loose, but right at the last second, it kind of slips out.
Feel the splash of water to my face.
Yeah. As you notice that there is a light film of water starting to appear or flood your floor of the boat.
In that same timing, I guess, while I'm kind of looking around and keeping an eye on the other prisoners, listening for them.
The other ones are just still freaking out. The orc has just completely lost his mind, and he's still trying to rip the cage to pieces, although to no avail. And the other guy seems like he has just accepted death already.
Cool.
So, let's go back. Or, I don't know, if you want to try again, you can try once more.
I'll let Mel do something in that time frame.
Yeah, I'm just gonna kind of shout to the captain. Hey, what's going on? Do you need help? The ship's going down.
I'm well aware of that. I'm trying to make my way to shore. I'm losing men. You can see through all the waves and the motion that as people are trying to, adjust sails, pull ropes, do whatever people do on a ship, that some are losing their footing, falling overboard. Some are just starting to lose their wit as they don't know what to do at all. The captain and then this big burly man next to him, which appears to be his right hand, are desperately trying to get it over there, and the other man is kind of shouting orders at the rest of the crew. Go over there. And he points to the rope for one of the sails. Take down the sails. The wind is pushing us out to sea.
All right. Yeah, I'll nod and run over there. I'll cast guidance on myself and then start trying to
Wish I could
unravel
do
the
that.
sail the best I can.
Good. Alright, so go ahead. I guess you unravel it. I don't know if we're tying a knot. So I'll just say you successfully do it, and the sail comes undone. And with the help of the other crew members who are still active, you are able to put it down, and the captain starts making headway toward land. However, there is another large kind of ice blocking your path. At that point, we'll turn back to Callus, get another sleight of hand roll.
Gonna try another crack at the lock as I could feel the ship shift as the sails, I assume, sails fly along. That was better.
Yeah, that'll do it. So this time, you keep your hand a little bit more steady, and you hear the clink, the one you've heard many times before. Pure satisfaction to your ears, I'm sure, as the door opens. And I guess Mel has given you everything, sword included.
I suppose so.
Alright, so if not, then you can go get it. Yeah, if not, you can grab it because you know exactly where it was located. You're now free to go, and you have all of your belongings.
Alright. Let's see here. Okay. So, as I'm out of the cage, I'm looking around. Is there anybody still downstairs aside from the orc and crazy man?
That's it. Everybody else has gone into full survival mode. They give a shit about you at this point.
Alright, I'm going to cast invisibility on myself, considering I assume it's been days, so I have
Yeah, it's been a little while. That's fine.
So, cast invisibility on myself, and I'm going to try and stealthily walk up to the upper deck to see the situation.
I'm going to say it's a pretty low stealth DC, just because of the noise and the panic, so it's probably going to be pretty easy. So I'm not even going to ask for a roll on that.
Okay.
Um,
I'm also invisible, so I don't know.
Yeah, that too. So it's like they can't see you, and unless you straight up bump into somebody, then you're not getting noticed. And even at that point, I don't even know if they've noticed because they're not even focusing on what they're running into.
Right. Is the ship pointing itself towards shore, or
it's moving towards shore? There is a lot of ice flow in your way, but it is moving towards shore.
And at my best guess, are we like kilometers out, or are we like within hundreds of meters out?
Yeah, you're within meters, hundreds of meters. It's not very far off in the distance. You have as would be common, I guess, in this route, if we're getting into it, is to kind of do that for emergency precautions such as this. As the middle of the ocean is a little bit...
Ignore me.
Did you score? You did it! So Bjorn survives.
Excellent.
Sorry.
That's right, I'll get to you guys next. But yeah, so it's it's obviously not super close, but it is a distance that could be made up fairly quickly in terms of it's not going to take days to make it to shore if you need to.
All right. Do I see any lifeboats or side boats on the ship?
You can see people have started to unravel them and put them down. Some of them might have been broken in feuds of people fighting over them. But yes, there are some that are available.
Okay.
One is already out in the water, although it is not faring very well.
Okay. I'd like to walk up to stealthily as best I can to avoid other people. We'll walk up to Mel, put my hand on her shoulder. We need to leave.
I'm gonna
kind
of no, you're fine. I'm gonna kind of look around. I'm used to hearing voices, but not one that sounds quite like this.
The man from
and
the
say,
cage.
interesting trick, I'll say, as I'm still kind of holding the sail. Unfortunately, I can't leave these people here to die.
Whether you
We
leave
could
them or
use your
not, they
we
will
could
still die.
You don't know that. I don't think it's their time yet. And we could use your help. But that's your choice, as this is mine. And I'm going to kind of pull back on the sail a little harder and just kind of keep trying to help as much as I can.
All right. I guess I'm gonna try and use my. I don't know. My intelligence is real dumb at this point, so I would say I was gonna try to see if I could
Sorry.
discern. I don't know whether I feel like the ship's in good condition or not, in my experience.
Well, it's not going down at a quick pace. It is taking a little while, and it is making headway toward the land. But I think, as anybody could tell, smart or not, that it's not going to last forever. As far as how long and how far you're going to make it, you're not totally sure. But you know that it's probably not going to be within the next few seconds, but it might not last hours.
Okay. Okay. So, all right. I'll let Mel think of whatever Mel's up to.
Yeah, I'll just tie the rope off and then run back to the captain. They said you're heading towards the iceberg. Are they trying to avoid it or
He's
steer
trying
around
his
it?
damnedest to get around it.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm assuming they're just trying, like, is the rudder going basically because they're trying to steer, right?
Yeah.
I'm assuming that's the problem.
There was a lot of issue. You notice that it's a lot easier after the sails have been folded. The big issue with the wind, as it was pushing you out to sea against what the captain wanted, with it up, the currents still might push you along that route. However, it is a lot easier for him to control the boat, even with the hull. Although you guys cannot see it because can't really look at it, there's actual damage to the hull. So at this point, you notice you're making headway toward the land, and he is trying to avoid any more ice floes that are in your path.
And then how far away does it look like we are? Again, I can't remember if you said that. Sorry.
I'd say, like, if he kept on a heading for, like, maybe like 30 minutes, he'd probably hit land.
Okay, I'm gonna run downstairs and I want to try to find if there's like a leak, if I can find where the leak is, basically.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
follow
we're going
Mel as he's running down there.
As you go down and you're looking around, you do notice that in the front left quarter of the boat, there is a fairly significant hole. Actually, before you even get to that part, I am going to ask you, because the water is rising, are you going to go into the water?
I definitely don't want to go under it for sure. I want to try. I mean, if I can stand, I'll stand, but I don't want to go.
I
don't
am going
want
to give you
drop
this
below my
information
chest.
because
Okay.
you are you, and you do know this, that it is absolutely freezing Arctic water.
Yeah, I know. That's why I don't want to go like under my chest. I basically don't want to go below like my hips, I would say, or
Yeah.
above my
I
hips,
will
right?
I will follow Mel to the point of the water, but not go in it.
Yeah. So
Right,
if
so
it's above my hip level, if it looks like that, then I'm not gonna do that.
So you're going to go in, and you're probably going to feel a bit of a shock at that point, due to just the sheer cold of it touching your body. And you're going to wade around as far as you can to see.
Yeah, basically what I want to try to do is I want to try to see if there's something I could push against the hole. Like if there's a piece of wood, if it's first of all, if it's even small, like is it something I could?
There is a lot of cargo down there, and
Right.
the hole looks to be about maybe half your size. So whatever it may be, like 3-4 feet.
Right.
Like
Okay.
3 feet, 3.5 feet, something.
Okay, so yeah, I'm basically looking for something that I can try to plug the hole with. At least.
Let's check your luck.
Yeah.
Let's do perception.
Okay. 20. 30.
All right. Yeah, sure. You find a nice big box that looks like you could fit nicely over by the hole.
All right. I'm gonna try to push that and just try to force it as hard as I can against the wall.
All right. I'm gonna need a strength check on that.
Yeah, that's
Especially
gonna go
because you're
well.
in water. Yeah.
Yeah, I got a 9.
All right. So you're struggling a little bit.
I'm gonna turn back and shout, if you're still here, this is the time to make your choice. As I'm kind of just getting blasted by this water.
I'll choose to save who I can, but I'm not going to risk my life to die for nothing. If you're going to live, you're going to have to leave.
And what makes your life more valuable than the others here?
Every
What
life's
makes mine?
important.
So why not save as many as you can?
I am. I'm saving you.
All right, I'm just gonna I'll just kind of shake my head and I'll look for something, I guess, smaller that I maybe can't block it, I guess, or not plug it, but try to.
At this point, I'm gonna need a
reduce
dex.
process.
I'm gonna need a dex save from both of you guys.
Oh, dex save. All right. 19.
And 10.
And so, as you're talking and yelling and looking for stuff, the ship just seems to rear back heavily. And Mel, you kind of stumble, but you're able to hold your footing. And Callus, you stumble a bit and end up falling into the water.
Invisible sploosh.
With an invisible sploosh. So Callus is now wet and cold. Mel is kind of half wet and cold.
Excuse me.
That's how I feel.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. That's perfect.
Yeah, thank you.
And from that point, you can hear that from above, a lot of the shouting seems to have stopped. It's almost silent. There is a bit of talking going on, but all the commotion seems to have died down quite a bit from where it once was.
Okay.
And I'll kind of I'll bang on the box in kind of frustration and just run back upstairs and
I slosh behind her.
Right. As you guys make your way above, you notice that most of people that were there before, including the captain, are gone. To your knowledge, they've probably fallen overboard, but through the wind and the snow and the waves, it is impossible to make out anything in the water. A few people are left, including the big burly man, who seems to be looking over the edge, also banging on the rail, kind of confirm the suspicion of the captain being swept away.
Are there any lifeboats left on the ship or near it?
There's be one still attached, we'll say. Why not? As you approach the lifeboat, you do notice a few other figures also getting into it. And they look over at you, and they look at Mel.
Yeah,
they
they don't
only
look at me.
see me. Yeah,
Sure, I guess they
I'm
don't
just
see you. Actually, yeah, I was going to say, so even though you're invisible anyway, they look at Mel. If you're trying to survive, come on. It's not lasting much longer. As you notice, a visible crack is starting to appear in the center of the hull.
I'll kind of look back sorrowfully at the ship, knowing that there's those prisoners downstairs that we don't have a way to save.
What command?
Poor old man. I'd really thought about saving him, but things happened real quick, and I was like, damn it.
Yeah. And then I'll kind of get in the boat and pull my coat tight, raise my hood up, and sort of pray to Hecate.
All right, so I'm going to say, I'm guessing, Callus, you're following, but
I do. I just kind of, I just follow, kind of sliding behind her. I don't help push the boat in at all. I just sit down.
You're just sitting there. hanging out. All right, at this point, the boat falls. They put it into the water, and you will make your journey to shore. Cut it off at this point because I want to get back to Holly and Lulu because they haven't done anything in like 2 hours. All right. So we'll go back to Bjorn walking toward the town with a dead deer slung over his shoulders and a little fairy following behind. So you are approaching the town of Bremen. And you are going here because you wanted to have your coat repaired.
Oh, is this current time?
This is current time. So this is back up to kind of current, maybe a few days from when, maybe a few days before when the thing is actually going to start.
How do you spell that? The town name?
Bremen.
That's not what I have down. Okay, I'll change that.
Town of Brennan?
Bremen.
Bremin?
Yeah. So I'll send you a message about that in a minute, Holly,
Okay.
for your information. But so you're going here for the reason because your favorite jacket has been brutally ripped apart by a vicious beast of the wild, and there's only one person you trust. Perhaps, I don't know. I'm just making this up. Fix your coat. At least because, well, at least for ones in your size, generally, because they don't make coats for giants.
You want that slim cut.
Her 7'6" frame. She's a big and tall lot. All right. So as you're approaching the town, and you still got a dead deer slung over your shoulders, what's going on?
Wait, I do?
I mean, not the deer. You got Petunia.
Oh, I thought this was current time. Is this different?
Yeah, no, this is it. So this is what you picked her up, you walked, and now you're arriving in your destination. So it's a few days before current time.
Wait. Now I'm confused. I thought it was a couple weeks behind that we were walking.
Okay, so sure, a week then. That's fine. So it takes you a few days to get to the town.
Oh, and she's just passed out this whole time?
I guess you just never did anything, so she's just carrying her. She's sleeping.
Okay.
It's okay. Like, we could say, like, while you're camping, do you want to do anything in that point, in between walking, to actually try to revive her, or are you just going to carry her the whole way? I was assuming you were just going to lug her the entire way to the town.
I guess I was just
pixie
confused because
nattering
I
at
thought
you.
that this was 2 weeks before current, and now it's like 2 days.
Yeah, from where you were, I would adjust it probably a little bit, yeah, because I would say from where you were, it would probably take you a week to 10 days to get to the city.
Okay.
Well,
hopefully I have revived her by then.
Let's say.
I know, Jesus.
I was like, wait a minute.
I don't know, man. If she hasn't woken up in 10 days,
Yeah.
you might be carrying a nice warm corpse.
Yeah,
A
a real dead deer.
So so let's go back a little.
Just retcon that a little bit.
This is why I was confused. I'm sorry.
Just a little rewind.
That's all right.
Rewind.
All right, so in between, so it's going to take you about 7 to 10 days to actually get to the town. So along that time, what would you like to do along your travels?
Well, I would assume like on the first night I set up camp and I'd try to get her warm, so I would wrap her in my bedroll.
That's so adorable.
Like a little burrito.
Yeah, just a little burrito, Petunia. And what else would I do? I mean, he would probably try to he'd make a fire and all that jazz. Just trying to, and then hoping that she would wake up. You'd check her pulse and stuff, and she's alive, just unconscious. Just warm her up and blah 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 blah.
That's so cute. What's Pachi doing?
Pachi is when Petunia's resting in the bedroll. Pudgy's resting in her like neck tuft of fur.
Alright.
Like just staying close, not leaving her side. Sometimes she'll get like a little like maybe she'll like cut a snip of her own little hair and use it as like a rag to wipe her brow. Like centimeter by centimeter.
Oh my god.
Alright. So you spend the first night just letting her rest?
Yeah, trying
Okay.
to warm her up, and I kind of just like watch her and the pixie, like kind of like curiously how they're like so bonded.
Alright. So let's do a con check for Petunia.
Uh-oh. 12.
12. 12. Alright. Meets it, beats it. So you got it. So as you have Pachi snuggling up to you, as Bjorn as sitting there admiring this love of companions, I guess.
Not admiring, just
I know, I'm just joking. You're just sitting there watching whatever Bjorn is doing. Bjorn is being Bjorn, and you notice that Petunia begins to stir a little bit, start to move and roll. And as she starts to wake up, her eyes begin to open as the warmth from the fire kind of revitalizes her a little bit. But Petunia feels very, very, very hungry.
And Bjorn is making his rations, or the rations on with the fire. There you go.
What's Bjorn making?
Rations. I don't know. He's got rations.
Are they meat rations?
I don't know. Am I allowed to just have whatever I'm making?
I mean, from this, I don't know what you brought on your journey, so I'll give it to you from the start here.
Cool.
It's really open.
He'll just have some meat that he, like, I don't know.
Maybe that's how your coat ripped. There you go.
Yeah, there you go.
So you got some good old meat from something that you killed along the way or prior for your journey, and you're cooking that up. Maybe it's deer meat. Maybe you're making Petunia a cannibal.
The other deer.
A real deer, yeah. All right, so as Petunia starts to wake up, and you're cooking your meat, Petunia, what you gonna do? He's gonna lay there.
I like open my eyes, and everything kind of feels like it's spinning, and I look around, and I see this giant thing. But I don't really get scared because I've been around like a bunch of different creatures in my short little lifespan. And the fact that I'm like not hurt or anything, I just kind of like stay laying there, like move my eyes around, kind of like, what in the world? I see Pachi laying on me, and I'm like, oh. And then all of a sudden, my tummy is it's hurting. I want some food. So I rub my eye, the back of my hand, and I slowly sit up. And I don't know. I didn't describe myself at all, except for the fact that I have fur on my neck. Maybe my head feels a little like dizzy, and the weight of my antlers isn't really helping, so I'm like, whoa. And I crawl with like the bedroll wrapped around my shoulders. I crawl over to the giant.
He notices movement and looks over and sees her awake and coming. He goes, "You're awake."
Did you help me?
He just nods and grunts.
I like sigh, big breath of relief, but like, yeah, pretty much just fucking relieved. The last thing I remember is freaking passing out. Thank you. I was trying to find a town, and I got lost.
I wouldn't have found you without your friend there. Her glow.
Yeah, she's pretty special. She's been with me for as long as I can remember. But, thank you. I'm Petunia.
Bjorn. Why are you out here
PJ.
without... Oh no. Why are you out here with no resources?
Oh,
You're lucky
well,
I
you
found you.
see, yeah, thank you. I actually can make berries. Really, really yummy berries. So food isn't a problem. But, yeah, I actually have friends and I am from around here, but I like wanted to go travel, and Pachi came with me, and my sudden upbeat talkativeness comes out, but I'm still not like in the best of health. So, and yeah, it just got super cold.
He hands her his water skin. And then he flips the meat in the pot that he has. Are you hungry? Or do you have your berries? He lifts an eyebrow at her.
The thing is, I don't think I determined if Petunia's a vegetarian. I don't think I ever thought about it.
Not sure now's the time for her to have a moral quandary about it.
Yep.
But like, she is an animal, kind of.
So are we.
Yeah.
Yeah, so are bears.
But like, deers are herbivores, man.
It's up to you, man.
I guess it wouldn't hurt to try what am I trying to say? Try everything once, right?
Oh my god. I have bread if it's better for you.
No, I should probably eat something to warm me up.
He cuts off a hunk and hands it to her.
Thank you. I take a little nibble.
Jesus Christ. He eyes her curiously as he takes a normal bite of his meat.
Is that Elvish?
That it is.
Where were you
Pachi, now in
traveling?
the form of a little cat,
Oh.
comes out and sits on her shoulder. And she gives her a little good berry.
Hmm.
What were you
he
saying?
just he just says at it being a cat. He has no idea what the fuck that thing is.
Probably looks
Where
like
were you
punch.
traveling to?
I don't know. I was just told by the people in my little village that there were like 11 or 9 towns or something. And and I just thought maybe I should go.
Hmm.
But I'm kind of lost. I thought about going home, but I got lost. And yeah, then I decided maybe I'll go on an adventure. Maybe I can find some goodies or something along my way.
This weather
Mm.
is not good for travel. Someone like
Mhm.
you should have stayed home.
Yeah, that's what they told me.
He just continues eating. lots of.
As you're eating and enjoying your food, as night starts to settle, you notice in the sky a massive bird. As this bird flies across the sky, it leaves essentially an aurora in its wake, circling the entirety of the tundra and everything that is within view. As it appears and then soon after disappears.
Do I know what that is?
That's a good question. You probably
Well, no, I'm just asking Kaiser.
No, I know.
you would know what the bird is, but I don't think you would know exactly. You know it's a rock. And a rock is essentially a massive ass, just huge bird. It's like an airplane, essentially. But that's all you would know from because you have encounters with creatures like that.
Okay.
But other than that, you probably don't know anything.
Okay. He stands and stares up at the sky. Just like
Just more
stare.
grunts.
No, he stares at it, studying it. Like, what the fuck is that? But he doesn't say that. He just grunts.
So you would have seen it in the past. It has done this before for you.
Oh, okay.
It's just you've only seen this, and you really haven't come to what it is or why it's out of the ordinary.
Wow! What is it?
It's a lock.
Huh?
A lock. The creature. A very, very large bird.
Oh. Wow. Can you eat it?
I would not try.
Mm-hmm. I see.
All right.
Did you not hear me?
Oh, yeah, I heard you. Yeah.
You said I would not eat it?
I said I would not try.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
So I was just like, I just imagine Petunia, after him realizing he helped her and fed her, she is like, I trust this guy. She always has a little bit of a wall, but it doesn't take much for her to like get attached, and she is just like, and I came from the forest, and da, 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 and I did this, and ba, ba, ba. I don't know if you want me to really say everything, or if we can just use the picturing and then that's good, and then...
Yeah, the little imagery is fine for now. If you guys
Okay.
want to discuss, if you actually want to share information, feel free to do that.
Okay.
All right, so is that all you're doing? You're going to eat and then pass out?
I'm
Yeah.
gonna listen to her because he is very interested in where she came from.
All right, so as the
Petunia's
night
just
continues
gonna
on...
tell him about... Sorry, I'm just gonna make it general.
Okay.
She tells him about, like, her, like, recent, like, few years and how... or, like, her living there in that area.
All right, so the night continues on. Petunia's talking about herself. Bjorn isn't talking about himself at all. He's listening.
Yeah, pretty much.
He's just chattering on, and Bjorn is listening. I guess intently. You said he's curious, so...
Yeah, he likes to hear.
Yeah.
He's only from here, so he likes to
So
hear.
he's learning about Petunia, and then, you eat, you talk, or you listen, and you go to bed. From that point, we will move on to... We're going to go back over to our boys in the boat.
Boys in the boat.
So at this point, you've ridden the boat. It's gone tossing, turning in the waves, done everything you could to keep it stable. It's a fairly large lifeboat, as small ones in these waters stand zero chance, and there's not even point of having one. So it can hold, maybe a dozen people. And along your, journey to the shore, although it doesn't take very long, it feels like days. As you can see, as you bobbing up and down, up and down. And as you hit maybe a big wave, one of the people in front of you flies overboard.
Oh.
And unless you do anything, he's gone. You've lost him. And that continues all the way until the 12, 13 people, maybe 14, including one that nobody can see, makes its way to the shore, and ends up...
Do you mean we keep losing a person every few minutes until we get to the shore?
It's like, I'll explain it, and I'll explain a little travel of it. So see someone fly overboard. You see maybe some of the supplies that you've stocked fly overboard. Things like that. You see part of the boat be chipped away by pieces of ice or things that you might be encountering in the water, as their lifeboat seems to be hitting poorer and poorer shape. However, eventually, after losing, say, a little bit of supplies and maybe 25% of the people on board, you make it to shore. Very roughly, the water, as you try to pull up, the boat is essentially thrown onto what it would be the massive icy shore of the tundra of Icewind Dale. And left, I'd say, is Mel, Talus, and then 6 others.
Okay. You mentioned that this trip was reasonably long, and so at this point, if it was more than an hour, which it sounds like it was, my invisibility would have worn off.
Okay, so then maybe they notice you at this point, but they don't give a shit because they just want to live. Criminal or not, you are all essentially at this point brothers in survival. I guess sister in Belle's case, but it is come to terms, because these people don't care. They are just mercenaries hired, or pirates, essentially a mix of the two, hired to escort you to this place, and they're not getting paid anymore. They're not getting anything out of it. It's not their duty at this point. It doesn't matter to them. They just want to survive. So at this point, you guys are thrown upon the shore, all 8 of you together, with whatever supplies you have left. The benefit, and I'll just say this publicly, is Mel, you would know the general idea of where you are, and a general direction in which to head through the winds and the snow. But you still know the general location of where the boat has landed.
Okay.
So, for sure, it's you 8 and about whatever supplies may have survived the trip. I wouldn't say it's a whole ton, maybe enough for a few days' rations for the lot of you.
And how far away is the next town? Do I know that?
I would say it's probably about. Let me look at a map, actually. Sorry, give me 1 second so I can give you like an accurate description here.
Yeah, while we're doing that, I'm also just gonna create bonfire again just to kind of give everyone some warmth.
I mean, that's good because both you and Callus are wet, and that's
right.
awful.
That's part of part of the reasons to help us dry. I mean, I'm sure everyone's pretty wet too, so it's just
Okay, so let's see. You are here, and you're going to here. So I'd say that's about maybe a week's travel.
Okay.
Maybe 10 days travel. Let's say 10 days of travel.
I'd like to take a moment to sort of assess the people with me. Do they look hardy? Do they look sickly? Are they injured?
Most of them, obviously, you know Mal and yourself. It's all of them are ship hand sailors, so they're all pretty well fit. None of the people who survived or are with you are passer travelers, except for Mal. Two of them. Is that what it says? Give me a minute. I'm going to roll a dice. Okay. So, two of them have been severely injured. So we'll say one, his leg is pretty much unusable. His right leg is contorted in a way that just looks completely unnatural and painful. And the other one looks like he is just bleeding from his head. Horribly. Other than that, the rest of you seem maybe a little bit bent out of shape, but seem to be fully functioning.
Yeah, I'll cast Cure Wounds, I guess, on both of them.
All right.
I'm gonna turn to the other guys. Turn out your pockets. Show us everything you got if we want to survive this.
8 for both if it matters. Sorry.
Yeah. If we're gonna survive, we need to pool our resources.
So counting amongst you, I guess, for the resources that you have before I get to those people, I think probably about 2 or 3 days for the lot of you to eat and drink. And then, so they all look at you.
At me?
Yeah, as you talk to them. So I'm talking about like the resources that they brought on board.
Yeah.
And one of them pulls out his pockets and looks at you. We have nothing. We don't carry anything with us. We are merely sailors. All of our belongings were on the ship.
You carry your wits with you. And with those, you can survive. That said, does anyone know where we've landed?
As I finished up kind of curing up those guys.
They're really quick. So I guess the guy with the head injury, he's fine. He's not bleeding. The one with the leg, he is a little bit better, but he still is not fully able to walk without a limb. So from that point, you can go ahead.
Okay, I'll just say, we landed about 10 days east of, I don't know what town, or west of what town?
It would be Bremen, the same one.
Okay.
The other girl is in because that is the westernmost town.
Yeah. About 10 miles west of, or 10 days west of Brennan.
10 days.
It's a long trek. It's a long hike, even in good conditions. And I'm going to look out to the weather. I'm assuming it looks stormy. Or
the weather now is fairly stormy, as it's what caused a lot of the current and the it caused a lot of what the current and the wind. Give me 1 second, hold on.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's caused a lot of the storm, the current and the wind, and all the issues of your boat. So it is what it seems to be a light blizzard. You can still see all right. It's just the wind is very heavy. The snow might be a little bit blinding, not from snowfall, but just from it being picked up off the ground, essentially almost like a sandstorm. So that is your current weather situation.
I turn to Mel. I didn't get your name.
It's Malone, but you can call me Mel for short.
All right, Mel.
And what about yours?
Call me Callus. Mel, do you think you can heal these people given enough time that they can be of improper walking?
If we can survive the weather, I can keep these people alive, and we can at least get them closer home.
Okay. I speak up to everyone in the area. I put it to you that we stay the night here. Everyone gets themselves a rest. We can cast a bit more healing in the next morrow, and also we have a chance, perhaps, that a few more crates might just wash themselves ashore. If we're lucky, they might even contain food.
Does it look like there's any sort of like, is there any sort of rock formation, something we could get shelter from the blizzard on that we could see?
Roll a d20.
D20. I got a 4.
I'm gonna say it's
can I
pretty
help?
flat.
All right,
This is more so like on a table rather than a.
right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's like I assumed because it was not perception, it was
Yeah.
Oh,
It's
okay.
just
Yeah,
what's
just
around
roll.
you.
What's around?
Right,
you.
yeah.
I'm just curious because I'll let you guys roll for that. So why not?
Um,
So as your current area, it is pretty barren. There's
Would
not
I-
much.
Would I know just from experience if staying here, if there's a high likelihood we freeze with the blizzard coming? I mean, I have the campfire up, so I don't know, but yeah.
You do know that there is some thought to Callus's idea of waiting for more food, although it is highly risky. As surviving the winter and the cold, you do need to intake a lot more than usual. So to be able to survive the weather, and especially while exerting energy while traveling, you are going to have to intake quite a bit of calories. So it's up to you if you want to stay or if you want to make your way in.
Yeah, I guess I'll just say, to Callus, I'll say the longer we stay here, the more likely we are to freeze to death.
you know these lands, do you?
Better than most here.
All right. Is there anything to hunt?
We'd be lucky to find berries this time of year, maybe some caribou. Although I'm not sure how easy they'll be to catch without hunting tools.
I'll say what for that area is for Mel that area would probably have like that some sort of walking animal such as a rabbit or caribou, maybe seals or walruses.
Maybe some
As
deer?
far as something like that.
Some frozen deer?
Maybe there's a deer. As far as vegetation, it's pretty barren.
Okay, all right. So we either stay here at night and hope some more supplies wash ashore if they didn't get wrecked in the crash, or we start moving. And
I look over to the men, the sailors. Any of you any good with a bow? Any tracking skills amongst you? Maybe.
Sorry, I got a message from somebody else. And I got distracted. Talking about something. Yeah, so you're looking the best about the bow.
Sorry, I asked the men. I turned to them. It says, any of you have any good with tracking?
Let me
Are they?
let me give it a roll.
See if anyone's got any good survival skills.
Wait a second. I'm gonna roll for it. So one of them steps forward, and I was a hunter before I became a sailor. Although I do not have the equipment, as he pulls out a dagger. This is the only thing that I possess at the moment, weapon-wise. I am quite capable of setting up traps. Granted, we have the supplies. Does anybody have anything such as rope or wood to spare? As he looks around, and all the other sailors. Let's see. No, nobody has.
The boat we rolled in on and the supplies themselves, were the supplies, I suppose they weren't just loose sitting around in the boat, so I suppose that they were in maybe perhaps a crate themselves?
Yeah, so it was essentially you guys threw it all on or they threw it all on the boat.
Okay.
In terms of just the crates, whatever may be inside of them.
So
we'll just say some like salted meats and some fruits.
Okay. So I'm gonna lay down, I don't know, a cloth of something. If maybe there's a bit of, or just set them in the boat. But I'm gonna upturn the crates that we have, and say, can you use these as a makeshift trap? Maybe a lure.
I'll give it my best shot.
Yeah.
And he's going to try to make a trap.
Awesome. I turned to Mel. I said, "You can stay with the wounded and keep the fire going. And thinking the best chance is we split the party in two for the moment. I'll go with with half the men that can walk and hunt. We'll try and get ourselves a bit of game. Return tonight. Hunker down. Prepare for the long journey."
I'll nod and I'll snap my fingers and make Mikhail appear, and say, "Take him with you. He may be able to help hunt something, find something."
Can he go out without beyond 60 feet?
I think it's 100.
Okay.
So I'm not sure how far he can go, but at the very least, he can maybe help point him in the right direction. So, and I'm gonna say, I'll just kind of go back and just start, sort of seeing if I can make a makeshift brace or splint from the boat, for some of the broken wood if there's any around, and maybe make a splint for the guy with the broken leg.
All right, so let's do a couple of rolls for you. Then I'll do a medicine check for that, and then I'll do a perception check with Mikhail's stat block.
Yeah. I don't even know where's his. He's got advantage on hearing, if that matters. Sure. Otherwise it's a +3, same as mine. So it's 17 if it's not hearing, and I'll just roll a second one. That's 17 either way, just in case if there's something with sound. And then medicine, 15.
All right, so you are able to fashion a splint from the wood you have and a little bit of maybe cloth that you, so you can make the guy something to help him with his leg. And he is very, very appreciative. All right, as far as Mikhail, let's see. So you guys wander off, and Mikhail is sniffing around. And as you see him sniffing the ground, he puts his ears up. And now I'm going to need another d20 roll from you.
Not 20, although this sounds like a chart, so I don't think it matters. But
well, the chart is a little bit better the higher it goes, at least.
Oh, okay.
Yay.
So as you're looking off in the distance, you do see, I guess, I don't know if it'd be better or not, but you do see a walrus Miguel sees a walrus, and he
Oh,
starts to
God.
make this foxing, yipping sound.
Let's go kill a walrus.
Yeah.
So I guess how many men did you want to take with you?
I suppose I split the group in half, so
Yeah.
whatever that's worth.
So there was 2 that were injured that Mel was taking care of, and there was 4 that were uninjured. Did you take all 4, or was it 3 and 3 with one just sitting with Mel?
3 and 3. So.
All right, so it'd be you plus 3 others.
Yeah.
And you're trying to tackle a walrus.
We are. We're gonna. I can kill that thing. Right.
All right, so how are you going to approach this?
I turned to one of the. I turned to the hunter's one that was with me, and I says, "All right." And I show him my big ass sword from the back. And says, "I just need you to distract him. Take his attention away from me for a moment. I'll finish the job."
So he looks at you kind of quizzically.
Just get in close. Not enough to die, just enough to get his attention.
So he walks, and what does he do? Oof.
I could try and persuade him to make sure he does it.
Well, he's going to do it because he's hungry. He wants to eat, but I'm just seeing how smartly he goes about this. So he is going to go up to the walrus, or start to make his way to the walrus, trying to be stealthful about it. And he starts to make a snowball, and he just chucks it at the walrus.
Perfect.
And it just hits the walrus and does nothing.
Awesome.
Cool.
I'm gonna get closer, but I'm gonna kneel down, put myself as in stealth as best I could in a side view or whatever I can, and I'm gonna wait until that walrus gets in melee range of the other hunter, and I'm going to try and make eye contact with the hunter, giving him hand signals like, "Get closer, get his attention."
All right. You give me a stealth roll, and he rolled a nat 1 on his wisdom. So
Cool. All right, he's just dumb.
so he wasn't very smart.
Yeah. There we go.
He's just panicking, you know. He's fell off a
He
boat.
is- he's a little rattled. So,
You know, we all make mistakes as I rolled out of the cart and ate an apple while tumbling. Anyways, yeah.
so all right. So he's going to do that. You have 2 others. The other 2 are going. One of them is going to kind of crouch behind you, next to you. The other one is going to kind of flank to the other side, as the main hunter one, who doesn't seem like much of a hunter anymore, starts to approach from the front. As he gets closer, he does catch the walrus's sight, and the walrus does start to wail, as it is nervous. As it looks around, it does notice... What did you roll? 21. So it does notice the one behind it and the one in front of it. So it realizes it's surrounded, and it starts to panic. So it begins to charge after the guy in front. So if you want, you can just give me an initiative roll on roll 20 for now. Or not roll 20, D&D Beyond. And then I'll just roll it for the walrus and the other lads. So I'm going to have the other lads just be together just to keep it quick.
Alright, I got 10.
Okay. Alright, it's a 10. The walrus is he's got a -1 dexterity, so he's at an 11. And then the other guys are at 9. So 9, 10, 11. Well, that's convenient. So walrus, then you, then the group. So the walrus is going to charge at the guy in front of him, and try to bite at him with his big old tusks. And he misses horribly. Alright, so you can go.
Alright. So, I'm assuming I'm in stealth, and the walrus is down.
Is Mikhail still with them too?
Yeah, you can say he's still
Okay. All right, he can't attack, but I'm gonna have him like run up and try to help distract too. if
Okay.
that helps at all.
You can roll initiative as well with Mikhail. So I'll put you somewhere in there.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Now that I'm gonna say that my buddy,
Okay.
my hunter buddy, is now in melee contact. I can assume that, yeah.
Yeah, he's close enough. The walrus tried to hit him.
Alrighty. So I'm gonna come up. I'm gonna come up beside him now. To the walrus, and I'm going to make my own attack, and I can do a sneak attack as well. So.
And go and roll.
Wee. 21.
Alright, that'll hit.
Yeah.
You should, yeah.
Should what?
So.
Never mind, never mind.
Yeah. So I get my weapon attack, which will be 9 plus sneak attack 3. So 12 damage to the walrus.
Alright, so the walrus is... How are you going to hit it? What are you doing?
So I assume that he's looking away from me, so I'm gonna kind of like do a almost a backhand / forward. So kind of like a backhanding it with using the blade toward the back of its neck, slicing down so that kind of like to chop its head off.
Alright, so you cut straight into this massive, thick muscle and blubber that is this walrus. And you take a good chunk out of the back of its head as it kind of riles up and screams like a walrus would do. It makes walrus Chewbacca sounds. Alright, and the walrus is, he's hurting a little bit. Well, how much? He was 12, right?
Yeah, 12 damage.
Okay, so the next guys are going to do some stuff here.
And essentially what Mikhail's doing whenever it is his turn, he's just trying to basically distract to help create like an advantage on the attack. He's using the help action essentially.
Alright. Cool. So what happened is the guy in front, he's too startled to do anything, and he completely whiffs. The guy that was standing next to you, he trips over his own feet or something, because he just completely whiffs as well. And the other guy, who was behind the walrus, comes and right where Callus made the cut, shoves his sword straight through the walrus's head. And
nice.
The walrus is no more. Yeah, he crit. So the other two rolled a 2 and a 3 and a 20. So the walrus is gone. He is out of it, and now you guys have a corpse of a walrus and a happy little fox friend.
I turn to the fox and I say, "Tell your master we have some game, but to send someone else to help us carry it back to camp."
You can do that. It's your fox.
Yeah, I'm trying to think how Mikhail. I just don't know how familiars work. If they, I don't know, because I think they just can communicate with me telepathically. Okay, yeah. So I hear that. I can't talk back to him, but there's nobody at the camps. Is there? I thought everyone was injured with me.
Yeah, you just have the 2 injured people. One of them you healed pretty well. With the one with the head injury was kind
I
of
thought there
pretty
was
okay
one
now.
more.
Oh yeah, you do have an extra. That's right, because one did stay behind. It was healthy.
Yeah.
Okay, well then I'll just, I guess I'll pop Mikhail back here, right? Like make him disappear and then reappear here.
So Alice just sees poof.
Yep. And then tell the 2. They found something to eat. Follow Mikhail out there. He'll lead you the way.
All right, so the fox will run. They'll follow. They get to the walrus, and with that many people, you guys have no issue dragging it back. So you now have a fire and all your people, and the dried meat, fruit, and a walrus corpse.
Okay. And we can continue, or did you want to cut to a different person?
We can go back to... Actually, let's just continue. Let's finish this section until you guys are done with, like, this day, and then I'll move on.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess what time? Like, what time is it now? Is it pretty? I guess it wouldn't. I don't know. Did you? Is time like? Does
It's not
daylight
really
up even
because
happen?
of everything that's going on. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Time is relevant for like Petunia and Bjorn because they're just walking and traveling. You guys just got thrown off a boat and you are,
We're doing shit.
yeah.
All right.
I'm gonna. I guess as Callus comes back with all the meat, I'll smile at him and say, "You can help a lot when you actually want to, huh?"
When I put my mind to things, yeah.
I'll nod and yeah, I guess we can. I don't know. I guess unless there's something else you want to do, we'll just kind of cook the meat.
Alright, so you're gonna carve it up and eat it.
And then
Yeah,
I'm gonna
carve
kind
it
of
up.
put up. I'll use kind of I'll use the mold earth a bit to try to clear some of the snow away. Like I'll just lift the dirt up to try to make kind of at least somewhere we have more solid ground,
Can you make
somewhere to kind of actually rest.
Can you make actually more like a bowl? Like if you did it a few times, I'm not sure if it's a cantrip or not, but
Yeah, I think you can. Yeah, it's a cantrip. You can remove. The reason I took it was kind of as for the grave cleric purpose of like making graves, actually. So
that's pretty awesome. Could you dig
that was
out, say, basically a 12-foot diameter, sort of sunk into this below surface level bowl, and that would
Yeah,
all
probably.
be out of
Yeah, I can't. It's a loose dirt I can only move to, so I don't. It depends, I guess, how frozen the ground is, and it's kind of up to the DM because it's
Hey
loose
DM, how
dirt.
frozen is the ground?
Yeah, because I'm not an earthbender. I can move loose dirt, but I can't move like rocks, right?
I mean, it is
Okay.
pretty frozen.
Right. So that's kind of up to you, but
Okay.
the campfire's there, maybe warming it up. I don't know.
I mean, like, I don't like if you're just trying to make like a thing to put the food in, like a
No, I'm
cooking
trying
bowl
to-
or something.
I'm trying to get us out of the weather, basically. That
You
once
see,
we're
you
below,
want like a shelter.
yeah, is the overall effect. And actually, by having the boat turned over on top of it, we could make ourselves sort of a reverse igloo.
Yeah, sure, why not? That's fine. You can do that. It's fun.
Okay. Yeah. So I'll kind of just do that. It'll probably take me. I think it's because it's like an action. Each time, I don't know.
A while.
Yeah,
While-
probably.
While we're
say
slicing up the meats and cutting the walrus
Let
apart
us
and butchering
do
it,
that.
you're making our whole.
Right. Yeah. So I'll kind of do that, cook the meat up, and then probably try to rest for the night.
All right. So I'll pop back over to the big one and the little one. So for Petunia and for Bjorn, I minimize it again. I'm gonna stop doing that. So Petunia and Bjorn, you guys woke up, you rested. Is there anything that you want to do in your travels time? Or do you just want to kind of walk, travel, eat, walk, travel, sleep? Between now and actually arriving in town? Or do you just want to go?
Didn't think about it.
Because you guys, what I've seen is just there's nothing really stopping you. You have the supplies. Bjorn was well prepared for the trip. You have good berries. You can easily make it to town without any issues, aside from encounters.
I mean, they can hunt and stuff on the way, but nothing. Unless you had something planned, then
Well, it's just all random. So
yeah.
at this point, you guys have kind of. Petunia woke up on the first day, so.
Well, it didn't have to be the first day. It could have been, whatever.
But she rolled. She did beat
She
the
rolled.
con
Yeah,
thing.
she
So.
rolled. Yeah, it's good. It's good.
So do you want to go hunting? Like, you guys can do whatever, or if you just want to get to town, and we can play it from the town.
I had to pee.
You're good. Do you want to do anything while you're traveling, or do you want to just go right to the city? Because you guys are fine. You guys should be able to make it all the way. If you want to go hunting, or if you want to do any sort of exploring, that's up to you. Otherwise, we're just gonna jump straight to the city.
Let's go hunting.
All right. Who's gonna be the hunter, or both of you?
Me.
He'll watch her.
Oh, I'm not sure if you want to be a vegetarian, but hunter.
I will say, like, you guys have approached an area with like foliage, so you are an area with forests and trees and bushes and stuff. So there is things you can, I guess, hunt. Not really hunt, gather
Forage.
trees and berries and fruit or
Yeah.
whatever.
Yeah, but who wants to eat that crap? Come on, kill something.
So do you want to
No. That's
do you
good.
want to
That's
gather?
good.
You should gotta find that list. Where did it go?
Herbs or berries. Herbs would probably make more sense in a tundra.
Okay.
But if there's berries. And
Here it is.
I can where is it? Speech of beast and leaf.
Is this the one that lets you talk to grass?
Yeah.
Grass.
So
that's so funny.
I can persuade the grass to join
Oh my god.
or persuade the grass to tell me where it's hiding.
Do you want
Under,
grass?
under your foot.
Let me
The
say
herbs.
something. There is no grass.
The herbs.
Yeah. So you're gonna talk to a tree? I love this ability. It's so funny. All right. So what are you gonna say?
I can't even understand them. They just hear me.
All right. So what are you gonna say to this tree or bush or whatever you're talking to?
I'm gonna touch it lovingly and I'm gonna say, if you know where I can find herbs, please show me a sign.
Let me get a persuasion with advantage.
Yeah.
It gives you advantage.
And a dirty 20 and a 14.
20's a fail on a tree. They're pretty hardcore.
What?
I'm kidding. Oh, you can remove your exhaustion, by the way.
Yeah, the trees are just really rooted in their ways.
That's inspiration. I'm not even joking. You can have it for that.
The puns.
It's hilarious. I'll be generous at the start here. Next time somebody makes a pun, everybody's gonna take psychic damage. All right, so you saw trees, and you notice that its branches start to slowly sway to its left, and all of its leaves start to point that direction.
I wave Bjorn over this way.
He just grunts and follows her.
I start
And looks up
looking
at the tree like.
close to the ground.
All right,
Like,
so
what in the world?
all right, go ahead and give me a 2d6. Actually, no, because you did the tree thing, so that's fine.
5 and 2.
7.
Yeah.
All right, so you come across some little blue berries on a bush.
More berries.
All right.
Can I do a nature check on them?
You want to? Yeah, you can do a nature check.
a little bit of thinking here.
God damn it.
Well, listen, I've
I only got a 4.
purify food and drink.
But do
Well,
you?
you might want to use it on that because I don't
So you
trust
notice that the berries are blue.
it. Thanks.
All non-magical food and drink within a 5-foot radius sphere centered on a point of your choice within a range is purified and rendered free of poison and disease.
How do you know it's not magical?
Because I can use detect magic at will
Oh my
1 time a
God,
day.
look at you. Are you gonna purify it?
Huh?
Are you gonna purify it?
Do you want me to use detect magic first?
No, you don't have to use detect magic. It's just a berry.
Okay, I'm gonna. Well, I mean, I don't totally know if it's non-magical.
Might be magic berries.
I'm gonna use purified food and drink. Bam!
All right. So with a little, what does your purified food and drink look like? What are you doing?
I whip
You
out. Let's
you
see.
sneezed.
It's a druid spell, so
sneezed on it?
it wouldn't be my lyre. I've got.
You're gonna play it as song?
Well, if it was a bard spell, yes, but it's not. It's druid. I'm gonna. I don't fucking know. I'm gonna twinkle my fingers over it and say, "Let me eat you."
And it nods in agreement.
Yep.
And it is purified.
Yeah. How many berries would you say is in a 5-foot radius sphere? Maybe 1 bush, but how many berries? I want to just pack my bag. I'm gonna like shove some in my mouth and pack my bag.
All right. So what we're gonna do? You want to eat them and then like a chipmunk, and then put them in your backpack.
Yeah, I want like my mouth stained blue.
All right. So we say 5-foot radius.
Yeah.
Let's roll 3d20.
$32.
All right, so you got 32 berries.
Hell yeah!
Is Bjorn gonna eat any of these?
If you want
Yeah,
one,
he
so.
can have some. I'm gonna say Petunia ate like 5 just now. She's gonna hand out like 10 to him.
All right, roll a d20.
In 2 of her hands. Me?
Yeah.
2.
No, they're pretty mushy and a little bit bitter.
Oh god.
I feel like you've definitely had better tasting berries in your life.
Yeah, they're not my good berries.
Better than
He
my
pops
apple.
something in his mouth and he's like,
2 and the 1 for the apples.
Got some pretty shitty food.
he just grunts as he chews on them.
Blue.
Maybe they're good for
Berry.
Bjorn. Who knows?
Maybe
They're
that's
average.
how he gets his skin color. He just smushes them for his like marks. How many do I have now? 32 minus 12. Okay. Got 20 left.
And you got your 20 berries. Are you gonna do anything else? Or are you gonna make your way back?
I'm gonna offer one to Pachi, but I think she's fine.
Okay.
Does Pachi eat?
I'm gonna bust out my lyre and I'm just gonna start strumming on it like bing, bing, like little guitar as I march along. Onward! But then
Okay.
I like stop and like dash behind Bjorn because I don't know where I'm going.
So, Bjorn, what are you gonna do?
Sorry, I was too busy looking at gifts. Okay. what are you doing?
She's playing music and shoving blueberries in her mouth.
And following you to the
Following
town.
you, so wherever you go, she's going.
He just he just like lets her do what she does. she gathered them. She's good. She can eat them all if she wants.
You want to do any more hunting or gathering, or are you just gonna continue on? Or something else.
How many days left do you think of traveling do they have?
I'm gonna say like you initially packed enough rations to make it yourself,
Oh, okay.
because you were already planning on traveling. Like you're not surviving like Nick and Chase are with the book. You had planned travel, so
We have a buffet.
Yeah, you guys found a walrus, so you guys got lots
You got a
now.
lot of butter.
Yeah, you got lots of stuff, and then Petunia can also use the good berry thing multiple times, I believe.
Sure.
So if you really need it, I think you guys are fine to survive all the way there. I will roll for like any sort of random things you might run into, which is a pass. So if you guys want, you will make it to town perfectly fine.
Okay.
Yeah, and I mean, a good berry is enough to sustain him for a day, so like,
Yeah, so like you
just
guys
cast
you don't have to
you could
worry
just
about
cast
food.
it once and you make it 10 days, so
So yeah, I
Yeah.
remember
Yeah.
about that. So
yeah, you're fine.
Damn. All right. Yeah. They'll just go to the town, I guess.
all right, we'll
And
go
he
to the
can
town.
he can do a very low humming as they walk.
How cute.
All right.
Strumming and he's humming. Oh my gosh.
He's become slightly comfortable with her after traveling with her for so many days.
Just wonder it makes you wonder if Bjorn likes music.
Her innocence is easy to trust.
It's way too comforting. All right, so you guys travel the whatever time it takes. I think you were about almost the same as them. I think about a week out. I think a little less than them actually. So you arrive at the town of Bremen, and it's fairly small. I believe population maybe of about 100 people, and not much going on. It's fairly run down, nothing really special. You are aware. Is it still working? Okay, it is. It's just being weird. You are aware of the locations if you would really like to go somewhere. You know there is an inn, and you know there are 5 taverns in a semicircle pattern in the center.
Damn. 5 of them, Jesus.
Yeah.
How many taverns does
100
this small
people.
town need?
Hey man, when it's cold out, all you got to do is drink. Nothing else left to do.
But like a town of 100 people has 5 taverns.
Long, okay?
This is
You're
Brennan,
sounding a little
right?
judgmental
Brennan.
there.
20 people per tavern.
Yeah.
So there is this little Discord thing. I could probably put some notes in there for that too.
No, that's okay.
It's
I'm making
first
the
one on
notes, and I
list.
think that's more fun that each person pays attention.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, you guys do you. But yeah, you guys arrive at Bremen. You know, all the way at the south side, there is a tavern, another tavern, a inn. And in the middle of the town are the little semicircle of 5 different taverns. So you arrive. Where'd you like to do? Where'd you like to go?
Wherever Bjorn goes.
Good old BJ.
Yeah.
Oh my god. I hate it. He is going to how do I choose what tavern to go to?
Eeny, meeny, miny, mo.
Roll a d6.
Do you want me to actually roll a d6?
I mean, I could
I just do that when I'm like making
I would
decisions.
like
roll
to...
me. I mean, I could
Oh.
game it, or I could have you roll something.
Can I do a little action, but like you guys do the rolling for it? I just want to act out what happens.
I want Bjorn to roll a history check. I guess
Me?
history would be good. Yeah. See if you remember the names. And then maybe you can pick one from a name.
Yeah, that
12?
sounds fair.
A 12? Alright, so that's fine. I'll say 12 is probably about a good DC for that. So the 5 taverns are called Stones, the Even Keel, the River's Mouth, the Grumpy Moose, and the Blackbeard. And also with your check, you know why that. Actually, Mel would know this too. I don't remember if I wrote it in your notes or not. You might know it. But all of these taverns are owned by 5 different brothers. So they all open their own little bar right next to each other.
Oh my god.
Stone, even keel, black beard.
Grumpy Moose, River's Mouth.
River's Mouth.
There we go.
I don't know. Which one do I let? Okay, let's roll. I'll roll.
Which one are we going for?
Okay.
Sorry, I only got 3 of the names.
The stone,
Grumpy Moose,
even
Blackbeard,
keel,
Rivers. Stone?
We're going to the River's Mouth.
even keel, black beard,
Even keel. Okay.
grumpy,
What a
I got
choice.
grumpy moose, river's mouth.
Thank you.
That's hilarious. Okay.
Where are we going?
The River's Mouth.
Okay.
What a roll. I like it. That makes my job a lot easier.
Is that the one that she's at?
I rolled a 3 when picking which one she's in.
You said no. You saw. I rolled it. I rolled 3.
But I told her before even today, so it's really funny. That's awesome. So it was meant to be. So you guys walk in.
Cannon.
Yeah, you guys enter the tavern. You look around, and you see a couple of patrons, kind of some worn down tables, some, nothing really looks that great. Some holes in the wall, very, very, very well-worn building. Behind the counter, you do notice a short little dwarven man and a black-haired woman with very deep red eyes. And what do you do?
Well, first of all, as he goes into the door, he has to duck in. And
I'm doing that every time you go into a building. You're rolling a concussion check.
Holly, it's so funny you say that because I literally wanted Petunia to not be like spatially aware, and one of her antlers hit the door.
So Bjorn,
So they're just like bunk, bunk.
Yeah, Bjorn ducks down, and then Petunia's right
sideways.
antler just hooks on the door, and she makes like a 90-degree turn because it's just stuck.
Yep. He's gonna nod at the dwarf, and he's gonna look over at the new barkeep. Yes. And then he's gonna turn back to the dwarf and speak in Dwarvish because he can. He's gonna say,
As
"New
you
hire."
walk in,
Huh?
as you walk in, a couple of the patrons seem to be a little taken back at a giant 100-foot man approaching into the room. They're all humans. There's no dwarves in this particular tavern, but they seem a little surprised to see such a giant creature approaching the bar.
He's used to it. What? You said there was a dwarf.
The dwarf is the owner, besides him.
Right,
So
right,
the
yeah,
patrons in the bar. The dwarf
okay.
doesn't care. He's just him. But the people who are drinking and partaking and whatever are a little shocked.
Okay, so he's in Dwarvish. He's gonna be like, "New hire."
And as he's sitting there drinking his beer and then jumping back onto a box, just kind of gives a nod. Picked her up a few weeks ago.
He nods. And then he'll speak in Common for the rest, I guess. Just be like,
Can I get anything for you?
I'll take an L. What would you like, little one?
Sorry, she didn't gasp like that. I just did. I'll take your finest ale.
Perhaps a warm milk.
Oh, that's exactly what I was hoping he would do.
As you order, as he's leaning back on his box, drinking his ale. Imba, go fetch the drinks.
Sir. Comes back to the table. She's not like bothered by him at all, but she's like, "Why do you have a child in here?"
I lean against the counter. Who says I'm a child?
Why is there a child in this area of the world anyway?
I found her wandering the trails. Half dead.
Thanks for my glass of warm milk ale.
Wow.
Can I like put some like honey in the milk or something because it's like good for immunity and she's sick?
Oh, sweet.
Actually, you would have honey.
Nice. I let the milk mustache just rest on my upper lip. It's a nice, good old.
Drunk on milk.
Oh no, she's drunk. Yeah.
She's milk drunk, like a
It's
baby.
all over.
It's a
It's
nice
like-
cup of cow juice. Thank you.
Cow juice sounds incredibly wrong. I just want you to know
Yes,
that.
I hate
Oh my gosh.
it.
Tastes like it came right from the tea.
Oh no, that's even worse.
Just like Mom used to make.
Ew.
Oh no.
No.
Gross. She's just trying to act like an adult drinking beer. Okay, now trying to be gross. She finishes it and puts it down on the counter hard.
He looks to her and then he takes a drink.
Then she yawns because the warm milk has made her sleepy.
And then he looks back to Ember. You're new. Where are you
Yes.
from?
Here and there. I don't stay in one place very long. Or because I cannot remember where I'm actually from.
One or the other.
Well, let's take a look.
Yeah, just ask God where you're from, real quick.
God knows.
We're just trying to tell you you're from. Did we not have that in, actually? Damn, your backstory's so good, but we did forget to put a home.
Right?
Holy shit, I didn't even notice. I'll get to you later this week and we'll get one.
Okay.
Huh?
We focused so much on the rest of the story, I forgot to give her a hometown.
She probably would answer honestly anyway, so.
That's my fault.
The answer's still the same.
Insert town A.
Insert town here.
Yeah,
He just goes.
yeah. We'll make it up later. I can't believe that. We worked so hard, and it's such a good story, and I forgot to take that basic information. Damn it.
It's fine. It happens. The answer's still the same. I would vaguely say that I've been around.
Yeah, true.
He just goes
You from here?
from the mountains.
What about you? She asked.
But I visit often.
I love Bjorn's voice. Already.
Yeah, please stick
I'm
with
glad
that.
you like it. No, I'm just kidding.
She asked Petunia where her parents are.
She wakes up, or I wake up from dozing. Yeah, that was all part of my play. I wasn't ignoring you. My parents?
Yeah, why were you wandering alone?
My parents are like dead.
Okay.
Okay.
My parents died a long time ago in a forest fire.
Sorry to hear that. Why were you walking alone through this harsh weather?
I'm not alone. I have Pachi with me. And she holds out Pachi in her two hands.
Bjorn is just watching
So I'm
Ember
not alone.
because she's so straightforward with her.
Yeah,
He's just drinking his ale. Like,
not really a place for a child. It's not safe.
No, but I've lived here for a long time, so it's okay.
It wouldn't have been had you not been found.
he just sighs.
But I mean, Pachi always protects me, and I protect Pachi, so it's okay.
She lets out like a sigh and just like shakes her head and goes back to cleaning.
Are you guys just gonna hang out?
Do you want some berries?
he looks down to her and says, "She has a point. You have to be more careful around here."
I know. That's what the people in the village always said too. Guys back in the village, not necessarily people. I just said people because I don't know. But that's what the guys back in the village always said. But you know, I just wanted to try.
And have you learned your lesson?
He drinks to
I
that.
guess from now on, I'll just make sure I'm with Uncle Bjorny here.
He kind of goes, "Excuse me."
Sorry, Bjorny. Mr. Bjorny. Sir Bjorny. Grandpa Bjorn?
No. He just goes, "No."
Are you guys just gonna hang out and chat?
Yeah!
Is there anything else you want to do in the tavern, or are you just gonna stay there?
Yeah, I do.
What do you want to do?
Petunia, I notice everyone's still kind of staring at Bjorn. And I don't really like how they're giving him a weird look, like, what in the world? What is that thing?
I think most people at this point have lost their interest in Bjorn, or are more interested in the very rowdy deer creature that's been smiling everything out.
Well, just to make them feel more at ease, I bust out my lyre and I'm gonna sing a little song.
All right, give me a performance check.
Okay, 1 second. I would also... Okay, fine. First I'll do that. And then I'll try to do this just for kicks, because why the fuck not? Performance! Oh my god.
You guys are doing
All right, what are you
real
singing?
good.
I'm singing...
Let me 6 performance.
Yeah, I know. Don't
Wow, that was
look at
almost
me like
a...
I'm a queer. I'm just a deer.
Oh my god. That was almost a nat 1 on something that a bard's supposed to be really good at.
I know. I
Do you get any
wish I did it.
advantages for this, or is it just...
That was
No.
plus
I don't know.
4.
I'm
That's insane.
proficient in it though.
I know, that's what the +4 is.
I coughed. I'm still recovering.
So, yeah, the dwarven
Can
man
I
behind
cast
the
a
counter.
spell while I sing?
What's the spell?
I would like to cast Healing Word.
On their eardrums?
Yeah. Or like on their metabolisms from drinking so much.
So the dwarven man behind the counter after your performance kind of leans over and is like, "Get out. We don't want that kind of nonsense here. Either shut up or leave, please."
Joe, don't be an ass.
Is his name Joe?
Joe just kind of leans back. "Mm,
She's a child. Don't be a dick.
Thank you.
Child or not, I can't be scaring my customers away."
How about you let her go lay down in the booth in the corner? She can sleep for a little bit.
That sounds like a wonderful idea. Child, get out of here. Go take a nap.
They're in the Blackbeard, yeah?
Hand me another. Hand me
Oh, the
another
river's mouth, yeah.
hot milk ale, and we'll call it a deal.
Bjorn hands over like however many coppers it costs.
Aw.
Just nods.
I give Bjorn some good berries as my payment.
He hands her another milk and honey and shovels her in the corner.
Oh, God. Alright, so Bjorn is sitting there, Ember back to her duties, I guess, and then Petunia is forcibly taking a nap in a booth. Guess we'll one more time turn back to our friends over in the coast. Alright, so you guys have camped overnight, you've carved out your meat, you've kind of helped heal who's injured. I say all of them are fine except for the guy in the splint who might struggle along a little bit. So the next day, I guess it's really hard to tell if it's a day because it's essentially perpetual darkness, aside from 1 or 2 hours. Whenever you wake up, what's the game plan?
All right. I'd like to take an account of, you can call it units, whatever have you, but an account of rations that we have. How much did we manage to splice a part of that walrus, and other rations accumulative.
Give me 1 second. Okay, so what I'm going to have you do is, let's roll a... Let's do a D6.
Alright. Who's rolling it?
Actually, not a D6. Let's do 2D4. You can roll it.
Whee! 6.
All right, so all together you have 6 days of rations from your walrus, plus the 2 days of your stuff that you had.
Alright, so we've got 8 days.
Yeah, the walrus is a massive thing.
Alright, I'm gonna turn to the men and Mel. Mel, you've told us that it's about a 10 days hike.
Yeah, it should take about that if the weather holds up.
Right. I stand out and turn to the men. This isn't going to be a battle of strength. This is going to be a battle of the mind. We have to plan to survive. Do you guys understand that?
Oh, yes. Yes, of course. We're hardened sailors. We are always out in the ocean. This is something that we deal with on a daily basis.
Excellent.
What's a short 10-day trip across the snow?
I'll ask you. I'll have to test that resolve then. I'd say this. Our first day's hike, we go without food. We survive on the fat of our bellies, and thereafter, we take a ration per day, and on the last day, we just go as best we can.
Agreed. Let's make haste.
All right. Mel, I ask you take care of the one in the splint.
I snap my fingers and pop Mikhail there to kind of help keep him steady as we're walking through the snow.
Right. Guess I'd just use. I'd ask the hunter and myself, I suppose, to take the lead.
All right.
With Mel's direction of go straight, otherwise, yeah, go that way.
So Mel's going to lead you forward. So your first day, you're just going to walk without food?
Without food, yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to have everyone roll a survival check.
Woohoo!
For day one.
21 for myself.
Got a 4.
All right, let me roll it for your boys really quick. They're all pretty good. All right. So I'm just going to keep this. So I have a chart that I'm going to keep track of. Just because you roll now doesn't mean it's going to take any effect at this moment. But it could be cumulative and add up later on in this 10-day journey. So just to let you know how I'm doing this.
Yep.
Just have a little table, days 1 to 10, and I'm going to mark down what you guys roll and how you do along this journey.
Excellent.
All right. So you reach the end of the first day of traveling. You've made your ground. You have saved all of your rations. And Palace is definitely feeling a little bit out of it. Maybe it was the rocking. Maybe it was the dip in the cold water that kind of froze his bones, or just the fatigue of being on the boat. Mel seems to be all jolly and happy. Most of the men seem to be fine as well, except for one who also looks like he's having a little bit of a hard time trudging along without food.
Okay.
I'll note it. I guess I'll. Yeah. Would I notice that of Alice?
Callus is going to try to not let anyone see it, and I can just roll deception if I need to.
That's fine.
Okay.
So we'll see.
I don't know if I'm supposed to roll. I'm not
roll me
Yeah.
privately, actually, if you haven't rolled yet.
Okay.
Both of you roll me privately to the
I haven't.
DM.
Okay. I haven't looked at his, but whatever.
He hasn't rolled
Either
anything
way.
yet, I don't think.
Oh,
So
okay.
yeah, so you can roll. What is it? Insight for you?
Yeah, it would be instead of.
Yes, you can roll this to me because you don't know what he rolled, and I'm gonna do it as a check against him, so you can roll this.
I don't. Is there a way to do skill checks to the DM?
Yeah. So
You would hit your. You can do the dice, but if I hit +3 for the insight check, I think it just goes automatically.
if you go to the game log, it should say to DM or to self.
Oh,
or
in
something.
the log.
Yeah. So you should be able to roll it
you're
strictly to the DM.
Yeah, I gotcha. You're right.
There we go. Yeah.
Okay.
Set to default. There we go.
There you go.
And then whenever Callus comes through,
Yeah.
give.
There we go.
Okay. So Mel, you notice Callus kind of clenching at his stomach a little bit, although he is trying to hide it. He does look like he might be struggling along, either in pain or through hunger.
I'll just kind of walk over to him and just say, "You feeling all right there?"
Never better.
Of course. I'm sure you've gone through worse, seeing how you were in a cage, headed to quite possibly the worst prison in the entire world.
I was waiting for my opportunities. They come. And I've been in cages many times before. It won't be the last. But none of them can hold me, so.
As long as the right person comes around. I say with a grin.
Always plan for the best. How about yourself?
I've been up here. I've lived here, grew up here. The storm's not too bad.
That
but
must be a walk in the park then for you.
A cold park, but bearable.
How is our friend with the bummed leg?
I think he'll pull through. Not quite his time yet.
If it comes to it, can you leave him?
If we must. Death comes for everyone.
I just give him
And-
I just nod my head.
And when it's his time, I'll know. And we'll kind of just keep walking. Keeping
pace.
Yeah, keeping pace, trying to move quickly.
Right. So is this it for the day? You just guys gonna settle down and camp, or
Yeah.
do you want to do anything else?
Nah, that's good.
Yeah, I mean,
if we're gonna do 10 rolls of these.
Yeah, I'll keep an eye out just for various, if there's something, if there's any sort of a food there, if there's anything else that's usable. Just
What's y'all's passive perception, just to let me know.
what?
Passive perception.
I'm 13.
16.
16 and 13. Okay. Just for future reference.
Sure.
Yeah, just in case a monster walks by and we just like, hey, he was wearing a top hat.
So, yeah. So the first night, let's see. First night, you guys are fine. You get through the night, nothing weird, no dragons, no walruses, no bunny rabbits attacking you.
No frozen deer.
No frozen deer, no petunias in the snow. All right, so moving on.
Do we see a green light?
So you guys, what do you want to do for day 2?
Wake up and did Mel? Did you light the fire?
Yeah, I'll just say I'm pretty much doing that every night to kind of keep. We're kind of doing the same setup, I assume, every night of.
I'm not going to ask that.
Yeah,
just to
get the fire going. Yeah, we'll get the fire going. Take out the
Alright.
ground. Kind of get us a.
Right.
Shelter, whatever best we can do.
Out of the weather. Okay. I grab the rations and I distribute them amongst the men.
And everyone takes their food. Everyone begins to eat.
Yeah.
Everyone finishes their meal.
I'll stand up. Say, all right, we got to keep moving. We've got good weather now, but we never know when it's going to change here.
And I just take me and the hunter forward as trying to guide the path as best we can for the rest of the crew.
Okay. So let's do a second survival check.
Woohoo!
21 again.
17.
You guys you're still rolling to me privately. You can change that if you'd like.
Yeah, that's right.
It doesn't really matter.
No, but
All right, let me do a couple of rolls for you boys. I guess while I'm doing that, you guys both are fine today. I guess Callus, after he had a little bit of rest and a nice meal today, he feels a bit better and he's able to progress on quite well. As for your friends, I guess whatever. Ooh.
What is there, 6 total with those two?
Yes, you got 6. And let me actually, because I just have them people 1 to 6. I'm going to make one of these guys the hunter. Okay, so one more roll on. Okay, so the hunter and another one of the guys who was uninjured, they seem to be fine as well. They're trudging along, keeping pace with you. A few of the others seem to be getting a little tired. The one with the head injury, however, the one who had the head injury, he seems to be way out of it. He is already starting to struggle. It's very evident in his movements, his actions. And then the one with the leg, are you still supporting him? No?
Yeah, Mikhail's still helping him out.
He is starting to feel a little heavier hour by hour as you walk along, or at least for Mikhail. It seems like he might be slowing down a bit. All right, so you make your travels for the day, and you reach your next campsite.
Yep.
Anything you would like to try? Your encounter table is clean again, so.
I just kind of turned to the hunter and turned to him. I never got your name.
And now you name the hunter.
No, yeah, this is the main, and this is the main PC that he's going to be with us the entire. I'm sure Brandon has his whole backstory already.
That's
right.
Oh,
yeah, the whole. So it's actually Nahiri.
What's your favorite fear?
What's your trauma?
Name dragons.
My name is Jeremiah. I come from the city of Neverwinter. I've been traveling up and down this coast for many years now. I always feared this would happen, but unfortunately the time has come. I knew I should have stayed in the forests, just hunting game with my family, but too late to have regrets now.
When you say your family, is that wife and children, or just brothers and sisters and mothers and father?
Oh, just brother, sister, mother, and father. I was never interested in a wife or kids. I didn't have the time or desire to seek out.
No, it's not a life for everyone.
Agreed. Did you have any family before you were... He looks at you kind of like with a fishy face. Arrested?
Well, as they say, everyone has a mother. But I don't know who mine was.
Mysterious one, aren't you?
Everyone's got stories. Not everyone likes to tell them.
Well, if we make it through this, I'd be glad to hear them. If you're willing to tell.
Now, if we make it through this, I'd be glad to tell a few of them.
Let us get some rest. Another long day ahead of us tomorrow.
I think we should.
All right, so do our typical stuff, set the campfire, get everything ready, go to bed.
Sleep, sleep, sleep.
Sleep, sleep. So you wake up, you're going to feed your food again? Eat your food again?
Feed your food.
Feed the food. I wake up, and slap Mel a few times. Wake up.
So yeah, I roll up. I'm gonna for today. I changed the cleric spells, or one of my cleric spells to go to create and destroy water. And I'm gonna kind of, as I'm leading, just destroy. I think it's a 5-foot cube I can do of water, and do that on the snow to try to make our path a little easier, so that hopefully the guy with the limp and the head injury just have a little easier time.
So you're going to continuously just be a snowplow?
More or less, yeah.
Okay.
It's real
Yeah,
snow.
it just says it destroys it. Let's say it just says destroys up to 10 gallons of water.
I thought you were going to use it to make water for you to drink.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It's like, oh,
I mean,
good,
yeah,
yeah.
I mean, I can do that at some point too. Like it can create, yeah, I can create it too. So
Eat the
that's no
snow.
problem.
Eat the snow.
Yeah, I kind of figured with the snow and the yeah. I mean, we could boil snow too, right? There's,
I suppose. Yeah.
yeah. But either way, yeah. The main reason I took it was to plow the snow.
Oh, okay.
So,
I'll call you Mr. Plow. Right. I take out the rations and disperse it amongst the men. I want to use sleight of hand and hold back half a ration from the man that has a the head injury.
Okay. So you can sleight of hand check that. I'm going to roll. I want you to roll as well to see if you notice that. But I'll roll for
just what?
him trying to
Perception?
hide. Yeah, it's right.
It shouldn't just be my passive because I'm
yeah, you
not
can do it.
I'm not paying attention. I mean, I'm not looking.
Yeah,
I'm not. Yeah,
We'll
I'm
roll with
not.
your passive.
Yeah, I'm not suspicious of him at the moment.
I'm gonna hold on. Let me roll to see like anybody who would actually might be looking a direction because I'm not gonna actually do all the people out looking at.
Like I'm feeling pretty comfortable. I'm not super hungry. I'm not. I feel pretty comfortable. So I'm not. Super worried about stuff like that yet.
All right, you can roll your sleight of hand.
Ba-doo!
All right. So judging by the other people and by Mel, you just try to hold it back. So
Yeah.
nobody does anything or says anything.
Okay.
As far as you know.
Yeah. So I taking that basically a half ration and stowing it away amongst the other foods, and walking up with Jeremiah and saying, "It's time to go."
Right, onward.
Onward we
Then
go.
you start to walk, and let's get that survival check.
Yeah.
I already rolled all those while you're doing that, so it makes it a little faster ahead.
All right. 11.
Oh god, that was so close to a nat one. It did the thing where the dice just kind of hangs out on it for a second.
I know, it's the sketchiest thing. You've had a 21, a 21, and a 22.
Yeah, I'm good at surviving.
All right. So, by the looks of it, your hunter friend seems a little bit out of it today. Maybe he didn't sleep quite well. So does another one of the other people. You notice, but everyone else seems to be all right. And you reach the end of the third day. You are now at your campsite. Anything else you want to do out of the ordinary?
I'm gonna be taking a look at. Perhaps I want to stand guard a little bit, keep an eye open for any game that might just be around us. Even though we probably scared the hell out of them as our march, but maybe take a look around.
Are you gonna stay awake while everybody else is sleeping, or are you gonna just wait till you're just during the hangout time?
During the hangout time.
Okay. All right. So wait, that's the wrong dice. That's the right dice, and nothing seems to cross your path.
Okay.
All right, as you are sitting there, and everyone goes to sleep. Let's see. How do I want to do this? So I'm going to say, I'll go by passive perception. So, Callus, in the middle of the night, you hear a bit of rattling. And it kind of startles you and wakes you up amidst your sleep.
Before bolting up, I just, as stealthily as I can, open one eye, then the other, to try and see if I can see where that sound's coming from.
So it is very dark, Nick, or Mel, did you leave on the fire? Is that still going, or is that extinguished as you're sleeping?
I don't think I can keep it up because it needs concentration. So
Okay, so it's pretty dark. I'll have you roll a stealth anyway, even though because of the darkness, you're most likely not going to get seen.
25.
Okay. So with that, yeah, obviously nothing noticed, but you really can't see anything either. It's a little dark. You just hear the noise
All right,
of what seems to be something rattling through the group's belongings.
Okay, I'm gonna cast invisibility on myself, and I'm gonna go forward to whatever I can find, as stealthy as I am, to the noise. See what I can see of it.
All right. So let me see. All right. So as you approach the goods, you notice one of the sailors attempting to sneak out some of the rations. However, he can hear the sound of crunching in the snow. And he kind of gets startled and starts to look around.
Okay. Since I know I'm invisible, but I do see his startledness, is it Jeremiah that's there?
It is not Jeremiah.
Okay.
It is one of the randoms that was not given a name. Not the injured one, not the hunter.
Okay. Then I'm going to use my best stealth, and I'm going to try and basically sneak up behind him, and in a fluid motion, pull my sword to around his neck, as if like how people usually strangle someone with a wire. I'm using my sword in that kind of fashion, but more of the flat of the blade is against his throat, but there's still a bit of blade against it.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead and roll a dex check on that, I guess.
Sure. Dexterity check, go! 16.
Let me see what he does. Okay. So you successfully are able to get into the position that you want. Are you remaining invisible during this time?
I would assume because of this, more like it's kind of an attack.
You're gonna break free. Okay.
Yeah, I think I've broken it by my actions. So
this man,
whether I
he
want
goes
to or not.
from digging through the bag to looking up to all of a sudden a blade appearing around his neck out of essentially thin air.
Yeah.
And he keeps his wits about him, and he doesn't make a sound. He kind of looks back and attempts to grab whatever is behind him.
Okay.
So
I'm gonna try and talk to him first and say, "Have you eaten anything?"
No, I just got here. How did you wake up so easily?
This is my first time trying to survive in situations like this. But never mind that. What was your plan?
I want to survive. Do you think we really all can make it back? Do you think I'm that stupid to think that this little bit of food and all these people, especially with those that are injured, can make a 10-day trip all the way to the city?
No.
How about just you and me? You and me, we take these, we continue forward, leave them behind. That way we guarantee our survival.
Well, if I was to partner with a single person, it certainly wouldn't be you, as I can see already that you're willing to doom another just to keep yourself alive. That's trust already broken. But that said,
Go ahead.
that said, I don't believe that we'll all survive, but I'm not about to make enemies of people I don't need to.
Let me see a persuasion check.
Yay!
See what he's gonna do. Persuasion.
12.
I guess. What is your persuasion? I'll just look at your mod.
Plus 6.
3. Yeah, so.
Yeah, like, or from wisdom is plus
Your
2.
perception. Yeah.
Yeah,
so
plus
that's,
my.
Yeah.
Oh, did I roll perception?
Oh,
persuasion. Yeah, I rolled the wrong one. Oops.
So, all right. Give me a perception check as well. So actually, I mean, you roll. I'll take that as your persuasion, whatever. So can you roll perception as well?
Okay. Do you want me to do it the other way around? Just take the plus 3?
That's fine. You can do that. I'll base it based on that because I wanted to actually kind of ask for both.
All right. So my actual persuasion check was
11.
11, and then the other one was 12.
So based on that, so from your perception, everything seems like he's calm, and he's listening, and he's considering the word of, not everyone's surviving, and you agreeing with him.
Yeah.
So he's willing, maybe looking like a little more willing to work.
Tell me your name.
Now that I didn't write these people's names down, I should have did that.
Just make one up.
That's what
Bob.
I'm
Can
doing.
I call you Bob? Can I call you Bob?
No, I can't have Bob. I already have Bob.
Oh man, damn it. We already got a Joe.
Garcia.
What's his name?
Garcia.
How would you spell that?
Just like the Spanish name Garcia. Garcai.
Garcai. Okay.
CIA, whatever it is. I don't know.
Yeah, it's CIA.
I'm just spelling it wrong. So you have him.
Okay, CIA.
What is your name?
Callus. I believe we were introduced at the beginning. Perhaps
Callus.
not. Listen,
Wow.
I have a plan. The injured ones, right? Mel, she's not gonna let the one with the stint go without a fight. Not until he's proved himself doomed. But the man with the head injury, he's already put himself down that path pretty well. And I can assure you that I have things well underway to ensure that those of us that are healthy and caring can make their way. But I need your word.
I'm more than happy to sacrifice the injured. And they're not doing nothing but holding us back.
I need your word more, that you will not take any action against the healer as well. She's our best chance of survival.
I'm not blind. I can see that. I understand she is. I understand she knows where she's going, and I understand if we encounter something more dangerous than a walrus, that she could be very much of use. The others, not so much. But you and her, I could easily work alongside of you.
Understood. I might have use for you later on.
He regrettably starts tying up the food stash and nods, and then goes back to lay down.
I call over to him. I say, Garcia. And I look into the bag and I find that half ration that I stowed away from before, and I hand it off to Garcia.
He smiles, and he scarfs it down quickly and quietly.
I have your bond.
He gives a thumbs up, lays down,
Thumbs up.
goes to sleep.
And I check the bags for its rations before I, if everything's fine, then I just go back to sleep.
Everything is how it was, except for that one you just looked at.
Okay.
Alright, so we're gonna wake up. This is day 4, right?
Yep.
We're on day 4. All right, so you got your pack. You guys eat your food. You are down to, what did you start with? 8. So you're
8
down
days,
to,
skip the day.
Yeah,
So
we skipped
and
first
then
day.
so you've got
Yeah.
3. So you're down to 5 now.
yeah.
All right, continue trekking along. We're gonna have a survival check again.
Woohoo! All right. Roll good.
18.
13.
So Mel is just gonna survive the entire way.
Yep, she's good.
It's gonna be the last day and just nat 1 for sure.
Just that one.
Give it up for day 4.
The Mr. Krabs from SpongeBob,
Oh yeah.
just banging on the bell.
God damn it. I gotta start writing these names. And
Garcia and
Yeah, so like
Jeremiah.
I have them. I gotta add Garcia, so I'm adding people with their.
Just making your job harder.
That's fine, because now I can actually put a name to these numbers that I'm rolling on here, rather than people's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so.
Okay.
All right. So what did you guys roll? Sorry.
I think I rolled a 13.
13 and 18. All right.
Yep.
Okay. So judging by these, you notice that Jeremiah is quite out of it today. He's starting to mumble to himself. He's starting to kind of almost see illusions. You see him kind of shouting off in the distance, "It's a rabbit over there." But yet none of you can see anything. Garcia and one of the others, they seem perfectly fine. Actually, both of the others. The man with the head injury also looks a little tired today, but not too crazy. And the man with the splint is, however, a little slower, still keeping up pace as he has been the past few days. Callus, you too are starting to question a little bit about yourself and whether or not that this is the correct way to go about things, as you're not sure if you can really survive through this. All right, so day 4, nighttime. Anything you want to do?
I want to pull Mel aside, away from everyone for a moment.
Okay.
How's the man with the bad leg?
He seemed fine that day. But where's he at? I guess.
Yeah, some of them are taking interest in why that you're having a separate conversation. Him in particular, he's more so just kind of laying down.
No, I just meant like how he's holding up, like
he's fine.
Like
so
he's moving
been
at a normal pace and stuff still. Like the Kale's
normal
been,
pace. Yeah. So he was a little bit sluggish a few days ago, but he's been keeping kind of that pace. He hasn't been declining.
He seems to be doing better, actually. Sometimes the survival instinct kicks in harder.
That can be. And I want to whisper under my breath to just try and keep it so that only Mel could hear. And tell her that 2 of these men, I think, are worth keeping alive. But I don't think the rest will survive.
I nod and say, I'm well aware that the dead frost isn't kind. And I understand that these men have been through a lot. Some feel weak. But I don't think it's your decision to make on who lives and who dies right now. If it comes to it, I understand that we can't sacrifice all the lives here for one, but we let those actions run their course on their own. Death is not something we should take lightly and force sooner than we have to.
I understand. And then I do agree to some extent. But sometimes we need to take the time to make choices before we have those choices taken away.
And what would you propose?
Well, perhaps we take a day of no rations again. And that way we could perhaps see if those who are strong enough to keep going, perhaps weed out those who are unable to keep up, and promote the survival of the most likely to survive.
I sigh. I will go without rations for tomorrow, but working under the assumption that these men get their fair share. You didn't take that walrus down alone, and you didn't get out of that cage alone. Right now, we're a team. And it takes all of us together. Can't turn on each other just because it's hard. Not yet.
Understood? And I walk back towards the camp.
Alright. We're just passing out at this point.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm gonna stay up a little bit, and just kind of pet Mikhail, just kind of have him curled up on my lap as just sort of a comfort.
Everyone
Sort of watching the fire.
Everyone starts to go to sleep. You stay up a little bit longer, and the nice warmth probably feels pretty good for everyone as your concentration lasts. And then as you go to bed, and the next morning, are you proposing this to everybody that you're not eating today?
I'm not telling anyone else that I'm not eating.
Is it just you and Callus, or is it the whole group?
Well, I just said I'm not going to. Callus, I said they get their food.
I'm gonna stand up to the group and say, all right, everyone. You have a decision to make. One of our Mel here has decided to volunteer for today to not eat, so that we might have a better chance of surviving this. I myself too will not eat. Who else will volunteer today's rations to save for another day?
Let me see. So one of them, Garcia, and one other you don't know the name of, will agree.
Mm-hmm.
Jeremiah and the two injured ones plus the other one, they do not wish to do so. They wish to eat.
So that's like half of the people.
So you got 4 of them that want to eat, 2 of them that don't. So half total.
Yeah. So we've gained basically a half day's rations.
All right.
All right.
So based on that, I am going to have you guys roll your survival with disadvantage, please.
All
I will be using that inspiration to cancel it.
All right, go for it.
I have no inspirations, but I got an 18. Well, let's
20.
see if I can.
Jesus Christ, Mel.
Oh, actually, no, I got a dirty 20. Let's see if I can hold up. Nope. And a 7. I think Mel took my other high roll.
Mel's just nothing lower than an 18. It's insane.
Dude, it's the Icewind Dale dice. That's what they are.
It's like everybody else is like up and down on their whole scale. And Callus is at good ones. Everybody else is at good and bad, and you're just like consistent.
I don't know. Yeah, I'm trying to think what my worst. Yeah, you can keep going. I'm just curious what my worst roll was today so far.
All right. So from there on, you proceed forward. You make your way. So one of the people that volunteered to not eat, he seems to be struggling severely.
This one's not Garcia. It's the other guy.
No, the other one. Garcia also does not seem to be faring very well, but he, as Callus tried to do earlier, he was trying to hide it, but he is unable to do so. The other one, though, however, is struggling a lot, and he is slowing you down quite a bit, and it is starting to get to him as well. At this point, I am going to ask Alice and a couple of these guys to make a Constitution saving throw.
Mm-hmm. Constitution saving throw. Oh wait, that's a saving throw. It's the same anyways. 11.
11. All right, so you're fine.
Yeah.
However,
I struggle with my plans.
You notice that Garcia and the other guy that I said was struggling, he's fine. So the other guy that I said was really struggling and Garcia are both very, very, very exhausted. They have both gained a point of exhaustion that will not be removed until you reach your destination. As your current conditions, it is hard to recover. So they are now at disadvantage in their saving throws.
Okay.
So Garcia and the random one, I guess you never talked to. But regardless, so we will go to nighttime of day 5. We're gonna same thing, routines.
Okay. Go ahead, Mel.
You didn't.
If you have anything.
Well, I'm just checking. So Callus didn't get any exhaustion though. He's fine.
Yeah.
Fine physically, just probably mentally worn.
Just
Mentally worn. The
toughen
exhaustion
it
was a DC 10 for that one, and he got 11,
okay.
so he's fine.
And some of the other guys are on several points now, seemingly.
No, they're both on 1. However,
they're all on
there is. I did implement kind of like that little insanity meter, so that is a factor.
Well, I was just wondering because if they have saving throws as 3, not 1, so I didn't know how far they were. Like if they're it's like slowing down and stuff like that too. So I just want to get a gauge of like, are they hampering? Are they gonna cause us to take an extra day or something to get there, right? Because that's where we start running into
issues,
a lot more trouble.
Yeah. So we'll see what happens from there.
Okay.
They do look tired,
very tired. Yeah.
Mentally exhausted, physically exhausted, everything. Yeah. All right. So day 5, you go to sleep.
Yeah, unless Callus is gonna do something. I was gonna
No, I'm
just
good.
kind of do a little prayer to Hecate before bed, saying, Hecate, you've asked me to come here, and I'm asking for your guidance. I'm asking to help these souls get to the land. I'm looking for a sign. If it's their time, or can we make it?
So you can roll a religion check.
Oh, so you have a +1 now, because I'm not an idiot. I still didn't take proficiency in it, because why would a cleric do that?
Same as Aethel did.
17.
I have a +3 in religion.
Yeah, monks are spiritual.
Alright, so I'll just hold that 17 for now.
Yeah, that's fine. And then once I'm done, I'll kind of just pet Mikhail again and fall asleep with him sort of laying on my chest. Although I think he disappears when I fall asleep, because I have to be conscious to, or no, I think I just have to be conscious to like communicate with him.
Alright, so you go to bed. When he goes to bed, we wake up. Day 6. Are you eating today?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, so you save.
I was like, oh yeah.
Yep. Yeah.
Probably a good idea. You save the half day's rations.
Yep.
So you're still up a little bit. But everybody eats today, so let's do again our wisdom survival.
Yep.
What do you want?
21.
Got a 20.
hot dice all day.
I did. I did go back and look. I think my worst roll today, I got a 5 on some perception check.
All right.
Oh, the
so now
strength check. The strength check was the worst one, I think. That actually mattered a lot.
Yeah, so like these rolls are not really going in my favor for activity here.
That's okay. That makes fun.
That's why I'm sticking with it, not like screwing with it. Is it 21 and 20?
Yeah. Or yeah. Yep.
Yep.
Okay. So actually, okay, that's fine. As you're walking along, your boy yesterday, not Garcia, who looked really, really down, he rolled a nat 1 yesterday, and today he cracks. He goes mental, he pulls his sword, and he goes straight for the man with the head injury, trying to kill this man, screaming along the way, you're holding us back. You're taking our food. We're gonna die. We can't live with you. You're injured. Just give yourself up. And he attempts to attack that man, which, without intervention, is a success.
I'm patiently waiting to see if anyone intervenes.
Yeah, I mean, I'll definitely, like, I don't know how much time I have to react, but I would probably.
Wait. I'll let him murder
yeah.
someone else. That's
Yeah,
not my
yeah.
problem.
I mean, you can roll dex on it. I'm assuming the injured people were walking near you, so I'm going to say that both of them are kind of within reach.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I'm trying to think. I would cast. Yeah, actually, I think I'm just gonna cast. No, I think I'll just try to. I don't know, and like I guess I'll try to get in the way, and
Like physically?
yeah, like I physically want to try to get in the way, and then I will. So I want to basically try to take the hit, and I'll cast shield as well when I do it, which gives me a 20 AC.
All right, so go ahead and roll a dex to see if you can like react in time.
Sure.
Reaction.
Just a dex, okay. Nat 20.
All right, so well, then you'll absolutely just jump in the way. So you go and you'll cast your shield. I guess we'll do that.
Yeah, so I'll raise my arm, like I'll just raise up
What's
the
your
jade
armor?
arm.
What's your AR? Or AC?
The AC would be 20 with shield.
Okay, so he rolled an 18, so you would pass that. So essentially, I don't know how does that look for you?
I'm basically, my arm is just gonna glow a bright green, and I'm just gonna throw it up and basically do like a high block to the sword swing.
Alright, so your green arm catches the sword mid-swing as the man is sitting there kind of shaking while holding it. It's like, what are you doing? Let him die.
That's not your choice. I'll say it. I mean, I'll use Stamagurchi to make my voice 3 times as loud and basically shout at him.
So you're trying to intimidate?
Yeah.
Okay, you can roll intimidation.
-1. See how this goes.
Nat 20.
I got 9. It's not the worst I could have done.
Let me see. I mean, he rolled a 4, so. So he kind of jumps back a little bit, shaken up, and he doesn't know what to do.
I'm gonna walk up. I gotta step forward. You disappoint me, Garcia.
It's not Garcia, it's the other one.
Oh,
You did say Garcia.
I'm sorry, I meant to say not Garcia.
Oh, okay.
okay, good.
I think because both Garcia and the other guy were.
Oh, okay.
They
So
both
Man
had
number
shoes,
2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, you
Garcia was
disappoint me,
fine
man
today,
number
the other
2.
one, yeah.
Disappoint me, man number 2.
There you go. I don't know if you ever introduced yourselves or not. Like I gave them
No,
all names.
We
now.
we didn't actually do that,
But anyways, you disappoint me. You disappoint the rest of us. Your meal tomorrow is forfeit.
I'll nod in agreement.
So this man is going to. He's just going to fall to the floor and start crying. Essentially drops his sword and just starts screaming, crying at the sky.
I gotta
I'll
pick up
kneel-
his sword.
Yeah, and I'll kneel down and put my hand on his shoulder.
I want to put the sword in my inventory.
I know this. Yeah, I'm just gonna say I know this isn't easy, but you've made it this far. We've made it this far. You might as well keep walking. Otherwise, the ice will take you, and we can't protect you.
As I put his weapon into my pack, I don't even know what it is.
Just a short sword.
Cool. I will put that in there later. I say out loud, You better hope you pray to your gods loud, or that she can pray for you. And I walk away.
Right, so I think not anything. That'll be the end of day 6. So we're just gonna go right to day 7.
Yep.
So we'll go to bed. We'll wake up, eat your food, except Vlad, who has been restrained and on our checks. So everybody with their wisdom checks today, or whatever, survival.
22. Dude, I don't know.
you know, if it wasn't digital, right? There might be
I
some
know.
suggestions.
There's no way you could like believe it.
Yeah, it's like every roll. Oh, yeah, no, it's awesome. I got it. 17.
It's funny because the guy with the injury is rolling the highest every single time.
Yeah, he's got
Yeah, I'm kind
Mikhail
of
there.
surprised that guy's not dead yet. Right? Like,
It's strictly because he's rolled like just as well as Nick has every single time.
He's got some God's favor.
yeah,
He's hanging on by the edge of his teeth.
Yeah, that
Literally,
fox is helping
probably.
him somehow. I don't know. I've been trying to egg these guys off to die or something like that, but it's like,
Alright.
no.
Well, I thought it was going to be really ironic that it ended up being Garcia that was the one that napped.
Time. Alright, so today we are on day 7, walking along. Everyone except for the injured boy looks in bad shape.
Okay.
Garcia and the guy from yesterday hit 2 points of exhaustion. Plus the guy with the head injury, plus and the other one you don't know, both gained their first point. Everyone looks pretty bad shape walking along. Okay, go ahead.
Sorry, does the leg injury man, does he have a point of exhaustion?
No, he's perfectly fine. Again, his rolling is
He's awesome.
stupid.
All right, good.
So he's powering through it somehow.
He's powering through it. All right.
His rolling has been solid.
Mel, is there any of your healing spells that can somehow fix his leg to a better condition?
I don't know. Could I do like a medicine check to see if there's? I don't know if that would be what it was, but is there any way I know if I could actually like mend his bones?
So when you did your original healing as raw, I don't know if that like fixes like permanent
Dude, I have
injuries.
no
like that.
idea.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Well, because it's not a permanent, right? He didn't lose his leg. His leg would heal. It would set him. Like I said it, right? It would heal eventually.
Yeah.
And he's
unless
basically
he's
using
getting gangrene or something. So
Yeah,
but
and
it's
he's
not
using-
seem to get an
yeah.
infection.
Well, and he wouldn't get infection because the cure wounds or healing that should have covered all the cuts and stuff, right?
So essentially, what happened was his leg was twisted like 180 degrees.
Right, and I
Pretzeled
and I
it.
said it.
Kind of fixed it. Yeah.
Yep, I set that, and then the next day we casted more healing spells, right, to kind of try to get them all up to full.
Yeah. So the guy with the
But
injury,
that's kind of
like,
up to you. I don't know, but I can do a medicine check to see if like I don't know.
Or if we
like
need a
it-
stronger healing spell, that's fine. I'm just checking to see if it's possible.
Right, that's what I want to know. That's what I was kind of hoping or trying to gain from the medicine check. Is like, oh, is this
yeah,
something?
roll a medicine check, see if you can do something.
Yeah. Hey, look, there's a bad roll for you. 9. That was a +5. Yeah.
So I haven't seen it on my screen yet.
It's still coming in, yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I got a 9.
I'm gonna say that
Oh yeah, I don't know, right, or something.
it's really
probably.
a little. Yeah, it's a little hard to continue on. You've done your best. You've already made him walkable when he was very
Yeah.
far away from that.
Yeah.
To can you improve? It's probably just natural. All right.
Yeah, I'll just kind of shake my head to Callus and say, nothing more than I've already done.
All right.
So as you're approaching the end of day 7,
Mm-hmm.
day 7,
Yep.
everyone hears a loud roar, kind of a bone-chilling scream of a very large creature.
Okay.
And
Yeah. Go ahead.
you don't necessarily know where it is or where it's coming from, but you know it's near.
Mel, you're from this area. You recognize that kind of scream?
I don't know, God, do I recognize that kind of scream?
I don't know, Mel. Can you roll a dice?
What do you want?
Hell, what would be good for that? Survival?
Or animal handling, if it's an animal of some sort.
Yeah, true. Either way.
Nature.
Is animal
Or
handling
nature,
used for
yeah.
that? Oh, nature, that's a good one. Do that.
Nature, yeah. I think that's good.
Yeah, plants and animals. 15?
15.
You would recognize it as the yell of a yeti.
I'll just kind of I know Yetis are very dangerous, or how
You know,
give me
you know
10,
very
out of a
much to
10.
stay away from them. Yes.
Yeah, okay. I'll just kind of look and say, we need to move now. That's a Yeti.
If you were a fighting man and you were gonna fight a yeti, would you need 1, 5, or 10 men?
Jesus Christ.
I wouldn't fight a Yeti, I'll say.
That's good enough.
Not out here. Not with how we are. And I'll can I send Mikhail kind of maybe towards the Yeti or towards the sound to see if it can kind of get I kind of want him to be sneaky about it, but I do want him to kind of go try to spot it, and then
Yeah, sure.
and then as I'm doing that, I'm gonna take Callus's hand and just say, I need you to guide me for a minute, and then I'm gonna go into Mikhail's vision, as I lose my own, and do that. So
Okay.
So we going piggyback here or what?
I just need him to kind of guide me walking.
Yeah.
Because I can't see anything.
I'm gonna do like when you walk with a lady down the street and you got her arm around mine, sort of like half interlocked, and so.
Yeah.
And in addition, I want to know, is the sound in the same direction that we are already headed?
That's a good question. Let me find out. It is coming from in front of you, yes.
Nah, shit. Okay. And since I watched the fox kind of run off, probably in that direction, I told the men to hold back. And surveying the areas, which to left and right, or otherwise north and south, I assume. Which direction goes up, higher elevation, and which direction goes lower?
It's pretty flat all the way across where you're at. It might kind of undulate a little bit with snow flows and not, but anything along that side of the coast is mostly just flat tundra.
Okay, so we're more or less walking the plains.
Essentially, you're just on an icy plain.
Icy plains, awesome. All right then. Now I'm going to guide the party to. I'm assuming that the guy is east of us. Is just my thought, or otherwise in front of us. But I'm going to assume that in front
you're
is
heading east, so he would be east.
So I'm going to guide us to head southwards a bit. I turn to the men and says, "If you make a sound, we're all dead. Walk with your lives in your hands." And I proceed to walk as stealthily as I can, guiding Mel.
All right. So they roll for your boys.
You want me to make a
Let me
stealth
roll.
roll?
Boys.
Yeah, you can roll stealth. I'm going to roll for your boys. I'm going to roll for the creature.
18.
18. All right.
You need me to roll Mikhail for anything?
You can roll him for stealth as well. He's visible, right? He's not invisible.
No, he's not invisible. He does get advantage on stealth checks.
That's fine. You can roll advantage.
So he's got a 16. He's got +5.
I
What
do
did I
not.
roll?
You rolled 2d20s. Okay. It's a +5, 16. Wow, he's busted. Awesome.
I mean, it is like he's like a snow fox. Like,
That's true.
yeah.
So Mikhail is able. Wait, he got a what? A 16?
16. Yeah.
How does this guy work? Ooh, wait a minute. I didn't even see this. Ooh, meets and beats it. So you're safe. Mikhail is able to sneak up on the Yeti, and you. Actually, before I say that, I want you to roll perception.
Oh, okay.
I'm doing
his,
backwards.
his perception, right? Which is
his perception.
+3. Okay. 15.
15. Okay, so you don't see anything.
Okay.
You can't find it.
All right. I guess I'll kind of.
Sneaky
Yeah,
snowman.
I'll leave him.
Can you smell him?
I have perception on hearing is all.
Oh, okay.
I have a advantage on hearing.
Okay.
But if I can't, if I'm trying to see him, then it's too snowy, whatever.
Yeah,
He's
that's cool.
probably got white fur and shit, right? So just can't find him. So I'll just kind of, I guess I'll pop Mikhail back to me then, and just say, I can't see him. It's too snowy out there, but we need to keep moving fast.
This is going to add time on our journey.
If
we
south.
Yeah, and then I guess I don't know. Like, do we? Yeah, we just keep sound out for it, or do we hear it more or whatever, right, as we're moving along?
So I'm looking at what you guys are doing, and unfortunately, your boy yesterday who freaked out, he just falls to the snow. He's unable to continue. He's unable to walk without assistance.
Number 2! No! No. So.
Yeah, I don't think there's. Oh man.
This is your choice, Mel.
We can't save him. Not here. Not with the Yeti.
Do you want me to handle this?
Man. You do what you want to make. You do what you think is right. I think we just need to keep moving.
Lead them ahead with your fox friend there. I'll catch up to you in a moment.
As you continue, you hear the roar.
Okay.
Hear what? Sorry.
The
The
roar
Yeti
can
roar.
too.
Yeah, does it sound closer, further?
It seems like it might be getting a little closer.
Okay. I guess I will just pop Mikhail out and then just kind of tell him to kind of keep a lookout and just have him basically like trailing us, but like whatever, 50 feet-ish, 100, as far away as he can be behind us. And I just want him to tell me if he sees something, basically.
Right. So, I'm assuming that, Mel, you're going to lead the guys away for a moment while I take care of this dude.
Yeah, I'll say you'll have to follow our footprints.
I can do that. once they're out of sight, I cast invisibility on myself, and I walk up to the delirious man who's laying face down in the snow, and I pause for a moment. I say, "I'm sorry I came this way. I wanted us all to survive. But sometimes we don't always get what we want." And as I do that, I'm going to take out my big sword, and I'm going to cut the back of one of his legs, and clean the sword on the snow nearby, or whatever's the ground, and using my high level of perception, follow the tracks to catch up to the group.
Alright. So that all happens. You just cut his leg?
I cut his leg deep. Yeah,
That's fine.
Yeah, like to the point that he'd either bleed to death or whatever.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
So, yep, you keep going. Quite shortly after, you hear the roar of the Yeti again, followed by the screams of a man. And then silence. And you can continue on.
Mellow mutter a prayer under her breath as she hears the scream. And say, Mother Hecate.
Oh, you go ahead. See your prayer.
Oh, sorry, yeah. Mother Hecate, please see the soul's passage faithfully to the other side. We did the best we could, but it was his time.
I walk by Mel to catch up to the group and place my hand on her shoulder. Sorry that this choice had to be made. Better my hands than yours.
I let a breath out softly.
All right.
It's never easy seeing someone pass. It's hard not being able to save everyone.
And just nod as I move forward.
All right. So that'll be the end of day 7, moving into day 8. Let me roll for that. So you guys are safe with encounters today. It's gonna do you're down one person now, and let's see. Let's do your saving throws. We're not saving your survivals.
Yeah, I can do it.
Oh,
Yeah. Yeah, come on, Mel. Come on, beat the 20.
Oh.
Come on.
Ooh, didn't beat it this time. There we
Woo-hoo!
go. 12. Got 12.
12.
Yeah.
You gain 7 points of exhaustion.
It's all been stacking up.
Alright. So actually everyone rolled pretty well today. Except for Mel with her 12, but because you've been rolling so well, I'm just going to say, she's fine.
Yeah, I'm just a little distraught about losing the soul.
So that's that. Day 8 passes without a hitch. Everyone kind of moves. I'm assuming you moved back on course?
Yeah. Once we got clear of the Yeti.
I'm not going to say that was kind of a short encounter, so I won't say you lost too much time.
Okay.
Yeah.
In the tavern for that, I know. 10 days is taking a while.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't expect day.
I was trying to expedite, but it's still taking longer.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, you could just have us roll. You could just have us roll 2 more just to get through
I
it.
think I'm going to do it. I'm going to roll the next couple of days here because I think you guys are fine on food. I wanted to do some more stuff with this little survival chart, but I also don't want to make this go on forever. So at that point, let's just go ahead and have you guys roll 2 more of your survival checks.
Right on.
and then we'll try to go ahead and speed through this because it is getting late.
Ooh, see, bad day there. I got a 6 first day, or the 9th day, I guess, and then a 16 for the 10th day.
I got an 11 and 16. So I guess that first day was pretty snowy or something. It was just a shit day.
All right, so you two seem to make it through okay. Especially with the extra rations from the missing soul. Along with it, Jeremiah seems to be doing fine. Garcia seems to be doing fine. The guy with the splint is just ungodly strong. I don't know what's going through his mind.
He's got that "Will Survive" song just on repeat.
However, on day 9, I'm just gonna go to this. The one who had the head injury, he follows the same fate as the other guy. He kind of goes mental and goes berserk, and essentially goes and starts trying to chew on the arm of Jeremiah. He's freaking out, absolutely just going mental. Yeah.
What does Jeremiah do about that?
That's what I'm trying to figure out. Give me a minute. Jeremiah is
He just starts putting salt on his own arm and just starts biting it as well.
So Jeremiah just straight up punches him in the face. That was
Yeah,
pretty
fair.
cool. He's gonna take 3 damage, if that matters. But he knocks him off with his arm.
Nice.
And the guy is on the floor, almost like an upside down cockroach, just kind of flailing. Like, he doesn't know what's going on. Kind of gets up, starts clawing at the snow, and tries to pounce on him again.
I want to grab him, like you do when you grab someone by the collar, and I want to just slap him just over and over.
All right, let me get your strength on that.
Okay.
I'm gonna roll disadvantage for this guy because he's a little wacky.
So just a strength roll.
Yeah.
14.
All right, he rolled an 11 on disadvantage.
Yeah.
So you successfully just slap this guy in the face. However, as you're doing that, another one comes up from behind and straight up stabs him through the back with a sword, screaming about, "We're almost there. I'm not dealing with this now."
Which one?
It is Garcia.
My
So
eyes
this other
narrow
one-
at Garcia.
This other one has been slain by his hands, and you guys, after that, everyone else kind of safely makes it through, and you arrive at the town of Bremen. Who's dead? This guy's dead, and this guy's dead. Lord Olympus. I don't know how to pronounce that name. I'm sorry.
It's Hecate.
Hecate. I'm sorry. And sorry, guys, make you guys wait so long. But this took a little longer than I thought it would.
Yeah, it's fine. I think
That sounds fun. Yeah.
You got to sort through the survival stuff, I think, too. Just like, it's going to be a big part of the
still
campaign. So
Yeah, it's kind of like I wanted to experiment with some of these things, and I wanted
Yeah.
to try some of this stuff and see how this worked out.
Yeah.
So, alright, so I'll just let you go, and you've arrived. Yeah, actually, you guys got pretty. I'm kind of lucky too, because you guys got pretty lucky with the encounters rolls I was doing. And there might have been more things, which is good because it would have been really long. All right, so whatever morning.
Yeti, I guess.
Huh?
I said if we ended up having to fight the Yeti, it would have taken so long.
Oh, yeah.
I would've
I'd have been
done
like,
that.
go to bed. Bye, guys.
No, I wouldn't have a Yeti fight. I don't honestly, if the Yeti actually encountered you, I probably would have made it murder one person and then leave. Because that thing would have taken years to kill.
Yeah.
And there's no way I was going to go into full combat.
Yeah. And I would have made it so he hates somebody anyways.
Yeah, pretty much. And it's essentially what you did is he, sniffed
made
the
him
guy
yell.
out. Yeah, and then so. All right, so you have arrived in what Mel would know is the town of Bremen. You're coming from the east. And actually, I don't even know. Do you guys still have Foundry open?
Yeah.
Yeesh.
Oh, you do. Okay, so I can actually put that up, and you guys can get a little idea of what the city looks like.
Hi, chunky girl.
Awesome.
So right now we have, let's see. So
Ooh. Oh, it's okay. I've been spelling it wrong. I've been putting an
Yeah,
I
yeah.
in there.
Haha.
Got
as
it.
long as you get an idea what it is.
Cool.
So you guys would be approaching from over here,
Sweet.
essentially from either one of the paths. I don't know how you're going to get in, and they would all be essentially in this middle tavern right there. Mel would know where all this is, as she's familiar with that. From this point, probably just call it here, and then I'll let you guys decide what you want to do next time. So at that point, yeah, so whatever. We'll have all the little tavern shenanigans next week. But after all of that, is there anything that you guys specifically want to do? Because now that you're all actually in 10 towns and you're all essentially, in the same place, is there anything that you want to explore next week specifically? Is do you want to start questing? Or are you just trying to cover the map? Is there anything that interests you so I know what to actually prepare for?
I need more information from you specifically.
Okay, so yeah, I'm going to talk with you two especially about that. You both need to know some more stuff.
I want to explore the town a little bit and meet. Obviously, I know Mel, but I don't know anybody else. So hang out with my new buddies.
So luckily, my content went a little. I had a lot of extra because I had no idea how long any of this would take. Which is a lot longer than I thought it would, which is not really a lot longer. I knew it would take a few hours, at least maybe 3-4 hours.
Yeah,
but,
An entire hour with technical difficulties.
Yeah,
I mean
that is true.
Yeah. So, and I'll also try to spend some time with Lulu.
Yeah, I just feel bad that it was it seems like most of the session was me and Callus, but
Sorry. I do agree
Well,
a little bit.
I mean, it makes more sense though because you guys were the ones who had to travel the furthest. So
yeah, I guess that's fair.
Had the more of the stuff going on, and it is true. It's I realized that, and I know I was whatever. I'm just gonna play it out today.
Yeah, you kind of had to.
Yeah, at this point, there's you guys are together, or should be, barring whatever your decisions are. So everything will be done together, and there's not going to be any individual separation.
Yeah.
There's going to be very few and far between. So that was just the first little session thing, and that was kind of just to experiment with some stuff.
See, I was just gonna leave and just not talk to anyone again. So I thought you were gonna.
I just ditch him. Went invisible, ran away.
Yeah. So I guess you guys technically are just entering the town with your other friends. I don't have tokens for them, but I'll make tokens for your friends. And then I should write that down. And then so you guys can decide what you want to do entering the town of Bremen. You're all kind of exhausted and tired, and then I'm gonna say you guys are just whatever. Petunia's drunk on milk.
Hey, you said the inn was to the south here. Which one of these?
Actually, the very bottom building would be the end.
Oh, okay.
All the way to the bottom.
Oh, okay, that entrance down there.
So that would be, I guess Mel would know that, and if you quiz Mel on it, and she wants to tell you, she would tell you, because so that's up to Mel telling you.
Yeah, I think we can. Yeah, I mean, I guess maybe the way to wrap this, I guess, because we won't know. Or I guess the question for those three, I guess, where would they be now, right? Or is this is the same day, right? Is this how it'll work?
I don't want to do more time stuff. I was trying to work that out in my notes, and I was like, this is harder. This is too much work. I'm just going to say how it ended up. You guys.
Okay, so they got Mel and
yesterday. And,
Petunia and Bjorn got to the tavern kind of the same day that we showed up.
Yeah.
Okay,
so it just makes it a little easier for timing purposes.
Yeah.
Regardless, I would say, if you want to continue a little bit and do all that, but I don't know how long that's going to take from this point. Yeah. So,
also,
if you want to meet in chat, or
I'd leave it up to those. I'd leave it up to those three, I guess, because again, like I said, I feel bad that they didn't get to do a ton.
Yeah,
so there's still something they want to do today.
That was kind of long.
Yeah,
when I was writing, I don't mind. It was kind of even, but I was like, wait a minute. In practice, this is not the same.
No.
Yeah.
But it's right.
It would have taken longer for us if we had more shit happening on our thing, but We had
Yeah.
three.
Also, I didn't expect the survival part to actually take as long, which is why I was trying to expedite yours, because I thought I could expedite theirs a little bit. But I guess a lot of the stuff that happened kind of went on a little bit too much.
But
And
no,
again,
that's okay because if you took just as long with us, we'd still be playing right now.
yeah, so
Yeah.
that's up to you guys. I don't know if you want to go for like another 10 or 15 minutes just to do the introductions, or if you
I'm
want to
good.
just if you
No,
want to call
so-
it here. So that's up to anyone else, like especially like Holly and Nick, because you guys are also on East Coast and it's late.
Yeah, it's almost 1.
Yeah. So if you want to call it here, and then we can just pick it up next time.
Yep.
I'm in the kitchen right now.
Okay.
Yeah, she's in the kitchen in the tavern. See, now I'm just picturing Petunia somehow snuck behind the bar, is in the kitchen back there fucking around.
She's already made friends with everybody, or enemies. I don't know.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's fine. We can, yeah, I think if we start fresher and actually do like the full introduction, it's like, okay, we've got the backstory to how everyone's here now, at least, and now we can, get into the actual meeting and then figuring out why the heck we want to travel together.
Yeah. So go ahead and give it some thought. What you guys want to do? I do have some more stuff for all of you together, not just as individual anymore. That's done. So you don't have to worry about sitting out much anymore. That was just a today thing. So from this point on, everything that I have, written that's not in the book is going to be as a group.
Cool.
So that way you can actually interact and get to know each other, or actually, everyone can play.
Right on.
Okey-dokey.
Yeah. As for the taverns, Kaiser, if you want me to make up a bunch of those, give me I don't know, it's just sort of a theme of each one, or I'll just kind of go off their names if you want that too.
That's fine. I gotta look actually and make a full list. It's like this town has 5.
Yeah.
And some of the other towns might have multiple. Some might have none. I think there's something close to around 16 total. Maybe that's with the ends. Maybe something like 25 total with the ends. But I don't know. I'll look into that as well.
Cool. Yeah.
Where is the inn on this map?
You don't know.
I don't know yet.
Actually, you would know. It's all the way. Wait, does my ping work?
In the
There it
south.
is. Here's my ping.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All the way over there.
I made notes. I made lots of notes.
That would be the end.
Okay.
I have about a good half a page of notes so far, or something. Huh? Oh, right. Speaking of timing, where are we in timeline of time with the what was it called? I wrote it down. The new moon.
Oh, so there we go. So that's what the calendar is for, and that's what all those dice rolls were for at the beginning. So that was to discover the day. It is the 7th day in the 17th day in the 7th month.
Oh, okay.
So that's the day you all arrive. And the calendar does show the moon cycle.
Cool.
So the new moon is the black one. The full moon is the white one on the cycle. So the full moon should be
Okay, so
coming
we
in
just missed it.
Yeah, so the new moon would be on the 5th. And I believe it is the same every day because I made it, or every month because I made it a 30-day cycle, just the same.
Now, does that affect like our traveling?
You don't know.
We just traveled through it.
I don't know. You don't
Right.
know.
So
You
it's
really,
the 7th month right now? 7th?
Yeah.
So
it's the 7th month, which would be
2, 3.
So as far as you're
5,
traveling, no,
6,
nothing happened.
7.
Okay.
So Hearthfire.
Earthfire, yeah.
Yeah, 7th month, 17th day. Yeah. Okay. And we're 4 days
is the
away
summer.
from the new moon.
So so that's what it would be.
4 days? What are you talking about?
Yeah. Well, yeah, because the moon cycle, right? He's got it on the calendar here.
Yeah,
And
but the new moon... Isn't the new moon the 20th?
yeah, that's what I said.
Oh, I thought you said the 4 days. until the new moon. I thought you said that was the 7th. Or is it the 17th?
So
17th.
technically, also with the new moon events.
17th. Okay, I was off, sorry. I had 7 in my mind, just 7. Just plain 7.
So technically, with
Yeah.
the new moon events, the only person who is aware of such a thing would be Ember.
Yes.
Every other character is oblivious to it,
Yes.
Even me?
even you.
Okay.
Well, wait. What about Mel? Because Mel's from around this area?
This is exactly why I had Mel not be there, because
Oh,
I
okay.
wanted her to avoid a lot of the things that have happened in the past 2 years.
Oh, okay. So, to Mel's knowledge, this doesn't exist.
Mel was called home for reasons that she is here to find out.
Neat. Neat.
So I actually wasn't going
I
to do
wrote
anything
stuff
with that
down.
at all, but I didn't have any ideas for Kate's story, to be honest, which is why it was kind of short compared to the rest of yours, because I kind of got on it a little late. Because I had already, by the time Kate joined, I had already had all your stuff planned.
Mm. Yeah, and she didn't have an airline flight to get things taken care of.
I know.
Shut up!
So all of this today's stuff was written pre-Kate. So I really
I like that.
I was trying
The
to think of
era,
something.
right?
Yeah,
This is pre-K.
the pre-Kate era. And like I had some ideas, but I didn't want to dive too much into her backstory and like show too much at the start. And I
Because I
also
actually wrote my backstory even without a flight.
yeah.
Oh, wow, man.
See, yeah, I was gonna do stuff with her backstory, but I decided against it. And also like I didn't really know what to do. And I didn't want to extend it because, if I added more stuff for her, we'd again still probably be going. So I was like, all right, screw it. We'll give a little knowledge into the current happenings, whether it be out of character or in character.
Okay. I'm making a weird note here, and I'm just calling it the pre-Kate era, and the timeline essentially started 2 years ago. That's when the start of the that was pre-Kate, and now with Kate is 2 years going forward.
So this is essentially July 17th, but going with Hearthfire. So you guys are at the end of summer, even though summer really doesn't matter here.
I'm interested as to why Bjorn wouldn't be included in this.
And the knowledge.
Mystery! Yeah, and the knowledge.
Maybe I could tell Bjorn.
I mean, if it makes sense not to, then don't.
I think it was more so just for story reasons, but like I don't know.
Maybe he was in the mountain too much.
That's what I mean. It's also like I don't know much about Bjorn because there's nothing to read about Bjorn.
Shut up! You know certain things. I've at least told you about them without writing.
We had some discussions, and actually, I'll make a couple of notes now. I have to. Actually, that'd be helpful if you guys could send what you as well.
Yeah.
Because
I'll try to finish it by next week.
To take some notes, but it's really hard when you're trying to.
Oh yeah, it's so hard to do that while you're doing everything else. Yeah, it's
especially because I'm trying to learn what I'm doing here. So I'm going to take a couple of session one notes here. If you don't mind, anybody who did take notes, send them to me because I do have some stuff that
I write my notes because I'm a weird person who likes to write in journals.
Yeah, I'm just organizing everything in a OneNote. It's just so much easier for me to.
Yeah, I'm gonna send it to you on Discord as just one big giant note. There you go.
Alright, cool. Alright, so let's see. What else did I need to talk about Bjorn and the knowledge of everything. I need to talk about what else?
My
yeah.
system.
What do you mean your system?
Technological difficulty.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, the
Lulu
stuff.
phone.
Yeah.
So I'm making notes for everything I need to do before next week.
Stuff about
I need
Oh,
to
we're
find
not gonna
a
do
hometown.
every other week.
At this point, I'll let you know later this week because I still do have a lot of material. So I might not have to do very much prep this week, so we might be able to do it next week. Just because what I did have kind of lasted a lot longer than, well, it went a lot farther than I thought it would. So we might be able to play next week, depending. Also, mostly, I guess if your phone thing works, because from here on out we are going to be using Foundry. So we do need to find something that is efficient. If this double Discord thing works, then sure, it works, and I can just move your token around because it's not going to be like you do all that anyway. Nick, Chase, nothing with you.
I guess maybe think about these two named characters, if they are going to exist any longer or not, or if they just disappear into the ether.
I can get them. So I got two of them died.
Number two, no, he's dead.
No, just Stinty McGee and Garcia.
Yeah, just
Stinty McGee. Well, all right. So the other ones, I guess, if you want to do that, Garcia's there. The other one was who
Jeremiah.
died?
Jeremiah
lived. Who died? Reggie died. He got eaten by a yeti.
Right. Never liked
And
Reggie.
then I never named the guy with the head injury.
He's just great.
Got a list of fantasy sounding names if you want it.
I mean, I go with random things. So, like, these guys are sailors, so I'm just like, all right, he's gonna be Reggie because that sounds like a sailor name.
Right. Yeah. Who's the guy with the limp? What was his name?
Pascal.
How do you spell that?
Pascal.
Like Pedro. I love Pedro Pascal.
That's what he looks. That's what I'm picturing him now. By the way, yeah, that's how he looks in my head.
And I'll make that as
token.
Awesome.
Wait, find like actual fan art of him instead. I'll help. Here we go. I'm sure there's plenty of it. Everybody loves him.
Alright, so I got the 4 people there, and then I'll get them some tokens if you're trying to make them part of the group exist. It's like Pokemon, they're going to be your rival adventure group from here on out. The 4 of them are going to join forces.
Well, I only got Jeremiah, Garcia, Pascal. Who's the other 4th?
Sven.
Sven. Which one's he?
He's just the other random.
Oh, the other one that just survived with us.
Or this one.
Yes. Yeah, he's the other one that just survived.
I love that meme so much. If you haven't seen the movie, it's
that's
really funny.
That's Pascal's picture.
Yeah. How do you spell Sven?
S-V-E-N.
S-V-E-N. Okay.
That
I
first
love finding
picture,
characters.
if his hair was longer, reminds me of like what you would see of like an image of Jesus.
Because he's like looking up.
Yeah.
I like how your notes for Revel's End is impel down like.
Oh, you read my notes? Yeah. Yeah. Cool.
Alright, so as far as all that. Okay.
Yeah. Hey, well, great job, Kaiser, for our first session. Thanks very much. This was awesome.
Yeah, we're learning.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good. Like I like it seems like the characters too. I think have a lot more like innate personality than it feels like. You know what I
There
mean?
was points where I was not talking for like 20 minutes.
Right.
So
Yeah.
that was decent. I like that.
Yeah.
So even between you and Callus and between the girls and their camping, like I didn't have to say anything for fairly long amount of time, which was good.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I think it'll shape up to be pretty good until
Yeah.
one of us
Yeah,
until one of us die, and then we're all in mourning.
I didn't kill him. I'm sorry. It wasn't me.
Oh yeah, what's the over under on if Callus just like feeds one of us to a Yeti? And
Are we putting good on that?
Well, it's just he just tripped and fell on my sword. I don't know what happened.
Then he ran into my knife. He
Yeah,
ran
he-
into my knife
10 times.
I asked him to hold it with his stomach. That's right.
I love Chicago.
What is a great musical?
I used to
Oh
want to
my
be
God.
Bella McKelly so bad.
Oh, that's a lot of fun. I'm
I'll
super
get
excited
better
for next time.
at my Bjorn voice.
Oh, that was great. I
the
love the
Bjorn
Bjorn voice.
No, I really actually liked yours and Lula's interactions. Like, I thought that was quite enjoyable.
yeah, I think you need to smoke a pack of cigarettes before the next session.
Oh,
though,
yeah,
to
yeah.
see really get that raspiness
Oh.
going.
Or you could just like do a karaoke night the night before. That always got my voice wrecked.
I'm used to karaoke though. It doesn't wreck my voice.
Oh, you're
I'd
just
have to
not
sing
you're not doing
something
it
that's
right.
like way out of my range.
Yeah.
Scream, sing something.
Start singing some Metallica or something.
There you go. Yeah. Just put some heavy metal on. It's all right.
Whoa, that's a cool picture. Sorry, now I'm on Pinterest trying to scroll for things, but I found a cool Chainsaw Man picture. Anyways, alright.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to bed. I'm tired.
I need to go to bed.
So I'm gonna try to resolve all that. Probably, actually, I think I have a little bit of time tomorrow, so I can try working on a little bit tomorrow.
Oh, did you write down that I need a hometown?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
So also, I wrote down I need to work a little bit with your backstory too, just to kind of sort things out. Even though yours is pretty good, just to flesh out some more details. Bjorn, you sent me lots. You sent me lots of notes in Discord.
I send a lot of notes, I just don't have it written out.
Yes, I mean, you're getting somewhere. So you sent a lot of stuff in Discord, and we'll just have to go over that.
Yeah.
Cool.
Oh wow, that's cool. I didn't even see that. You found a Ray figure.
Yeah, isn't
That's
it
sick as
cool?
fuck.
I thought I was like, Ray! Just a very scantily clad Ray, but still cool
Yeah,
because
she's got a
definitely
little
with the
bit
hair and
less
the
But it's
katana.
got the sword. It's got the sword and the hair.
Yeah.
Like one of the actual D&D figures. That's cool.
Yeah.
Alrighty, cool.
Yeah,
Well,
so-
good sessions. It was fun, and we will. I guess we'll figure out if we're playing next week or not. But
Let you
just
know
let us
sometime soon.
Yeah.
I can.
alrighty.
All right. Nighty night.
Night. Night. Night.
Bye.